number 13 Demon Street. I am condemned to live here, to suffer on this earth eternally, as a punishment for my sin. It is said that no greater outrage was ever committed by any mortal. But should I finally find more heinous, my terrible punishment will end.
Come with me to Stockholm Castle, a fortress built by the Vasses in ancient times.
It is said that one of the ornate bedrooms is being haunted by a ghost. The ghost of Eric Kirsten, who met a violent death in the four-postered bed. Many mysterious murders are believed to have been caused by this apparition. It happened in recent years. Now man, with his callous curiosity, tries to televise this ancient ghost.
One, two, three. Is the sound clear?
Sound clear.
If I were the director, I'd put the sound through an echo chamber. Give it that ghostly touch.
When you're the director, you do just that, not on my show.
So, this is the bed where 5 people were murdered. It's comfortable.
I've been on some mad assignments, but this tops them all. Telecasting a ghost.
All right, come on, Denise, let's get off of there. Let's go.
It isn't dinner time yet.
4 more minutes. All right, quiet, everybody. Let's hold it down. Wait a minute. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henry Waller. Tonight, we're broadcasting from Stockholm Castle in the middle of Sweden. That is the bedroom where 5 murders were committed by the Stockholm ghost. Now, this is the bed of notoriety where the bodies were found. The victims died with horror in their eyes at what they had seen. No one has been able to tell how they were murdered, but their deaths must have been violent and sudden. Now, over here, we have a painting of Eric Kirsten. It is his ghost that is believed to still haunt this room. He was found strangled in this bed by his brother, who suspected Eric of being in love with his wife. Tonight, at midnight, we will try to telecast the ghost. This will be the first attempt to catch the image of an authentic ghost on the television screen. We hope he won't disappoint us, so stay tuned to the station to hear and see the Stockholm ghost at midnight. Cut. Denise. Honey,
switch over to station.
What are you going to do if the ghost has a previous engagement and doesn't show up?
Well, I think I can fill the time with interesting talk.
I talked with August, the caretaker. He said he heard the ghost the last few nights sighing and whining.
Well, naturally, he's interested in keeping the legend alive.
This is no legend. I walked behind many coffins of people who did not believe in the ghost that haunts Stockholm Castle.
He's convincing, isn't he, Henry?
You're just the eyewitness I need. Would you tell the story of that room tonight at 12 o'clock?
Miss Ebba Kirsten, the present owner of Stockholm Castle, was a young girl when her grandfather was murdered in that bed in the ghost room.
How old was he?
83. In the bloom of his manhood, his son Ole locked the room for 4 years. Then one night he slept in that bed.
Did he die too?
Not right away. But 4 months later, I found Mr. Ole Kirsten. His heart had stopped beating in fear and shock at what he had seen.
How do you know it was fear?
I'll never forget the terror in his wide open eyes.
Mr. August, you tell that story just like that when we're on the air, we'll have an excellent show.
Miss Amanda Kirsten, Aga, Brunhilde, Nils, they all died in that bed. Young people, old people.
Why did they sleep in that bed?
It wasn't a bed. It's he, Eric's ghost. Do you live here alone? Miss Ebba Kirsten, the last of the Kirstens, refuses to live here. But she will return when her time has come. All Kirstens died in this house.
You really seem convinced that there is a ghost.
The night is getting cold. I'd better put some wood in the fireplaces.
What a character.
That ghost must be making a pile of money for him. Well, just think of all those tips he's getting. We advertise the ghost over TV, and he cashes in on it. Should pay for a spot announcement.
I wouldn't joke about it.
No.
Too many people have died.
Coincidence.
Must be possible. After all.
What, that ghost exists?
Yeah.
Are you kidding, Mr. Waller?
No, sensitive people can tell when a murder's been committed in a room.
That doesn't work with me.
Even dogs sense when somebody is dying.
Yeah.
They howl when the body is miles away.
Douglas, have you ever tried to lead horses past a spot where a man has been murdered? They shy.
You're kidding, both of you.
No, this
No.
telecast is a serious experiment.
Serious.
You almost convinced me.
Now, wouldn't it be a sensation if we could hear the ghost during the telecast?
I hope that ghost of yours will show up tonight. We have 1 million people watching.
1 million.
Sure, we're on a continental hookup. The Scandinavian countries, France, England. We don't want to disappoint our audience.
It is impossible to communicate with the ghost of Mr. Eric Kirsten. He might not be willing to become an object of human curiosity.
We might be able to assist your ghost.
Assist him.
You know what I mean.
No.
Nobody would need to know that I stay in this room. Not even Mr. Waller.
Why do you want to stay here?
The door would be closed, the camera would be outside. I'll stay in here and produce a few eerie sounds. How did that sound to you? Genuine?
I don't agree with you.
I only thought of making our telecast a success.
But there is a ghost in this room.
We all ready?
2 seconds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Henry Waller, reporting to you from Staffsholm Castle in Sweden. Tonight, we're going to broadcast the Staffsholm ghost, and if possible, telecast him. We hope the apparition won't disappoint us. But right now, I have with me Mr. August, who has lived his entire life in this haunted castle. Let's ask him a few questions. Mr. August. Wait, what's that?
Don't.
He's been choked to death. I didn't know Douglas was hiding in this room.
How did he get in?
I don't know. The room was empty when I closed it. I made sure of it.
He must have been hiding behind one of these doors. Did he? Why do you ask me? I hardly talked to the man. Excuse me, will you? Mr. Waller.
Yes?
Your telecast was a hoax, wasn't it?
Was it? I wish it were. Douglas would be alive.
I'm sorry I can't bring any charges against you and your company.
Well, why don't you? Go ahead. Dream up all sorts of charges.
And get you some more publicity?
It's horrible to think that millions of people must have witnessed it.
Look, 6 deaths just don't happen. There must be some concrete facts about this ghost.
I wish you could name me one. Just one. And let me take over from there.
Mr. Robertson,
Yes?
there was a smell in the room. A strange smell.
I don't remember anything.
Can you describe it?
No, but it seemed familiar.
Well, the coroner's report was heart failure. The case is closed.
Well, not for me, it isn't.
Any suggestions?
Yes. I'd like to spend the night in that room. I think about 12 o'clock, the ghost might just show up.
I don't think any ghost played any part in those cases.
I'm staying with Henry.
Your people are leaving. Don't you think you are taking an undue risk by not going with them?
Don't worry about us, Mr. Robertson.
Sorry, but I have to close that room.
Wait till tomorrow.
And if anything should happen to you?
Well, there's your proof. It wasn't just a coincidence after all.
Well, I can't stop you.
Henry? Curious, look.
Kirsten Family Bible.
Well, look at these dates. Knut Kirsten died in December, Sven in January, Banged in February, and Thor in December. December and January. They all died in winter. Funny.
What's funny about it?
Well, the ghost seems to appear only in the winter.
I wonder what he's doing in the summer months.
Oh, I'm serious. This is a clue.
Well, you figure this one out.
What are you looking for?
This may be one of those beds the Borgias used to kill our enemies in.
Do you feel anything? No poison pin popping up.
Oh.
Let me warn you again, Mr. Waller, I don't like to see you in this room. I wish you would leave.
We have decided to stay right here until dawn.
The world consists of fools.
The ghost could have come down the chimney.
No. No. They can't cross the fire. It's against their rules.
They say that ghosts can materialize out of nowhere.
I know. And that's what I want to find out.
Careful, a skeleton might pop out of it.
This thing hasn't been opened up in years. Well, no ghost.
Ghoulies ghosties and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night. Dear Lord, deliver us.
Wallpaper.
Green leaves, the same as in this room.
What? What's the matter?
Open the window, quick!
What happened?
The ghost.
Hold up your plate, he's gone.
Oh.
Did you also see the ghost, Mr. Waller?
Yes. He looked like that man in the painting.
There was that smell in the room. The same smell before I passed out. Stand back. Smell it now?
Burnt almonds.
Yes. Distinctly almonds.
Paris green.
What's that?
Arsenic green. Old wallpapers often were printed with a vivid green, which contains arsenic. If you burn it, the fumes are poisonous. They produce hallucinations and heart failure.
Hallucinations and death.
That's right. I learned that from my chemistry lessons. Yes.
But how did the wallpaper get into the fireplace?
With the firewood?
Henry, don't.
This must have been where Douglas was hiding. Well, he couldn't have found out about this place by himself. Somebody must have told him.
Oh. I don't dare to think of it, Henry.
And you say you didn't know about the wallpaper?
How could I?
You fixed the fireplace. Nobody else. You must have put some of this lethal wallpaper into the hearth.
Are you accusing me of murder?
I'm investigating, Mr. August. You better get yourself a lawyer.
I don't need a lawyer. I know the ghost exists.
The chemical analysis of the ashes in the fireplace will be evidence.
Why don't you arrest me?
I told you, this is an inquiry.
You believe I killed to lure tourists to the castle? That I killed just to make a few kroner?
I don't know your motives.
But there is a ghost. I've seen it.
This is for the jury to decide. I don't think we have a chance finding August. This castle has too many rooms. He knows and we don't. But I phoned for additional police assistance to capture him. He can't get away.
Henry, no, please.
You're right. I'm no policeman. Let's get out of here.
Henry! The secret panel, wasn't it open when we left?
Secret panel?
Let's leave this place.
Hi there. You know, a funny thing happened on the... Excuse me.
Hey, that's embarrassing, isn't it? More important, though, a cough spasm can cause strain that many doctors consider harmful. But now there's Teak, the new cough medicine with TC44. Look, coughing spasms originate in the cough control center up here. But ordinary remedies don't reach the control center. Narcotic cough medications can, but may have unpleasant after effects. You see, Teak works directly on the cough control center to relieve coughing spasms from colds, flu, throat irritation. Works like narcotic cough remedies work, but no narcotics in it, so no unpleasant after effects. Get new Teak with TC44 to relieve coughing spasm, avoid coughing strain.
I didn't say much, but I sure got it off my chest, thanks to Teak.
Great for youngsters, too. Tastes just peachy.
Cherry.
Yes, Teak has a peachy cherry flavor.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Down through the ages, man has continually struggled to pierce the veil behind which lies the unbelievable. Many things which were completely beyond our comprehension as recently as 100 years ago are readily understood today. Maybe not then assume that happenings for which we have no explanation now will in time be understood by those who follow after us. Our story tonight is again based on an actual account from this dark world which lies beyond our knowledge. Edward Page, like almost everybody else in New York, was not concerned with anything more profound than the ever-present, oppressive summer heat.
Good evening, Mrs. Foley. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Page. Oh, it's awful hot, ain't it?
The humidity, Mrs. Foley. That's what's bothering you, the humidity.
Maybe, but this heat ain't doing me much good either. Probably gone to put on soup for his supper again. Always hot soup. Oh, in weather like this, too.
Don't do that. It's murder. I saw a man kill a woman.
Where?
Apartment across the way, third floor back on the corner. I gotta get the police.
Murder. Police.
Sure that's the right apartment?
I'm positive, Lieutenant. It's empty. The woman, she isn't here.
Maybe it's the wrong apartment, huh?
No, it's the right one. There's my room right opposite this window.
Look around you, Page. There's nobody, no sign of a crime.
I don't care. It happened. I know I saw it, but I don't know what happened to the furniture. Please, Sergeant, I know I saw it. The woman was blonde. She was brushing her hair. It was very pretty. She fell right over there. The killer was hiding right there. He wore shiny black leather gloves, and he had this flashlight, and he came up behind her, and... I know what you're thinking. You don't want to believe me, but I'm not lying. I know I saw it.
Sure, you saw it. But now we gotta figure out what happened. Let's go over to your room. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. While you're doing all this, the killer's getting away. I can describe him for you exactly. With a description, you could catch him.
You charge him with what?
Murder and robbery. He robbed her purse and he took the jewelry out of the box. It was right there. Her purse was on the couch.
Let's go back to your place, huh? We'll leave the lights on in here so we're sure we get the right apartment.
That's the one. See where you left the light on? That's where I saw the woman. She had on a pale blue dressing gown. Please, Lieutenant Davis, say you believe me. Say that I really saw what I saw.
Mr. Page, it's been a hot day. Now, you were tired, what, with just coming home from work and all? You heard what the janitor at the apartment house said? No blonde. And nobody in that apartment for the past month. It's for rent.
I saw it.
You didn't eat your dinner. Lots of times I get lightheaded when I'm real hungry. Now, why don't you be a good fellow and sit down and finish your dinner and you'll forget all about it. You'll feel better. We better get back.
What about a report? Do we make one up?
Yeah, I suppose we'll have to. Just say that it's been a hot day. Blame it on the heat.
It's not the heat. I saw it. If you won't believe me, I'll find someone who will.
Calm down, Mr. Page.
What's going on here? What are you doing to Mr. Page?
Tell him, Mrs. Foley. Tell him that I saw the murder, that I really saw it.
But I didn't see it.
Let me go. I got to tell someone about the murder. Find someone who'll believe me.
You better come along with us, Mr. Page. We'll talk it over.
I beg your pardon. I'm trying to find the apartment that's for rent. 345 48th Street.
Oh, it's in the next block, honey. Right back of this building.
Thanks so much.
block she wants an apartment.
Now tell me the whole story, right from the beginning, everything that you can remember. I'll record it.
All right, sir. I came...
Not so close to the microphone, just as though you were talking to me.
Yes, sir. Well, I came home with my groceries. Soup. I always have soup. I like soup. And Mrs. Foley that's my landlady. She was sitting on the front steps. She looked awful. She always does. Well, she complained of the heat. And then I ran out of the room to get the police.
That's all?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Page, you have an amazing eye for detail and the most retentive memory.
Doctor, when it's murder, you see, you remember.
You keep on using the word murder. Now, how do you know the woman was dead? She was hit on the head, that's true, but she might only have been unconscious.
She must have been dead. He hit her hard. It was a flashlight. Doctor, when can I get out of here?
I'll send you home as soon as possible. What sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm just a shipping clerk. But they count on me. I keep track of things. Mr. Wonder, he's my boss, says I have a fine memory, like you said.
You can go back to your room now, Mr. Page. And you won't need any more sedation. Send Lieutenant Davis and Sergeant Fenton in.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Lieutenant, Sergeant.
Page come out of it yet?
I'm afraid Page isn't going to come out of it, as you call it.
Well, that's too bad. He's a nice little guy.
Nothing for him to come out of. He's as sane as you and I.
Wait a minute, Doc. Suppose you speak for yourself.
There's no form of dementia that I've ever seen or studied. I'm convinced that Page saw something real.
I've been around a long time, Doc. Some guys sit around looking in other people's windows. Well, they see quite a bit. But most of it isn't murder.
Page didn't seem like that kind of man. He was worried and scared by what he saw.
I don't think he's that kind of man either.
Page is an oddball. He doesn't add up. Everything says he's honest. But he tells us a story we can't believe.
We'll keep him here a little longer. I'll run some tests on him. I've never seen a case like this before.
That's your worry, Doctor. Ours is over. We go on the facts, and there aren't any in this case.
Doctor, what am I going to do?
Try to forget it. Go home. Go back to your job.
I guess that's the only thing to do. If you can't tell me what I saw, how can I figure it out?
Lieutenant Davis, homicide. Go ahead. And what's the address? Would you mind repeating that address, please? What's the apartment number? Hey, we're on our way.
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
That murder Page told us about just happened.
Dr. Mason, please.
Blue dressing gown. She was brushing her hair. It's real pretty, too. Fell right there.
Oh, Dr. Mason, this is Sergeant Fenton. Lieutenant Davis would like to know when Page was released. Oh, I see. He was released over 3 hours ago.
I want him picked up fast. 2 African masks over the fireplace.
Sergeant Fenton.
Hang up.
I'll call you right back.
He just came in and turned on the light. Go over there and get him. Tell him nothing but bring him back here.
Lieutenant?
Hey, Doc.
Hot night. Miserable weather. Good-looking woman. Usual blunt instrument.
How about a flashlight? Ever hear of a murderer describing his crime to the police before he commits it?
Sure thing. Makes a killer a big man. Dare you to catch me kind of thing.
I wish this were that simple. The only trouble is he described the furniture in here ahead of time. There was no way he could have seen it.
Sound like you need some salt tablets. This heat's murder. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I'll send the boys up.
It happened. Just like I told you.
That's right, Page. Just like you told us.
Everything's the way I saw it.
You left the hospital 3 hours ago. Did you come right straight here?
I walked for quite a while. I just got home.
I don't mean that. I meant here, this apartment.
Why would I come here?
Nobody believed you when you told us the story about the murder. This upset you, made you mad. You decided you're going to show us. You came home, you saw the apartment was rented, so you came over here and you killed her.
No, I didn't come over here.
Page, why don't you make things easy for everybody? We both know you can't see a killing, and then suddenly 3 days later it happens.
But it did. I described the killer for you.
And the killer is you. Quit stalling. Why don't you admit what you did? Tell us what you did with the flashlight and the gloves you used.
Lieutenant Davis, these bills, they're for this furniture. From 3 different stores.
Sergeant, let's stick to what we're doing. There's no other answer. Page, you killed her.
But Page described this furniture before the woman even bought it. And she was in Chicago 3 days ago. She's never been in New York before in her life. How could Page have described her?
I'm willing to admit I can't explain how he could describe the furniture or the woman. But I do know how he had a chance to come over here and kill her.
But I didn't, Lieutenant. I didn't kill her.
If we don't all keep calm around here, I'm the one that's going to wind up in Bellevue. Let's face it, Page.
You could have prevented all this. If you guarded the apartment, you might have saved her life.
Nevertheless, you're still my #1 suspect.
I saw the killer. That means you can find him. I gave you a description.
I know I have. It's not enough. Let's get out of here.
Nothing, Sergeant. Nothing so far.
It's a tough job looking through all those pictures, Mr. Page.
I guess so they all look alike.
Stay with it.
It's a pretty good description you got out of him, Doc. Better than I could do.
Very few witnesses have the power of observation that Mr. Page has.
I'll say that for him. He saw plenty. It's still not enough.
How about the way the crime was committed, the nature of it?
Oh, that's pretty standard. Look for an open door, rap on the head, take the valuables. It's a dime a dozen. It's the smart ones we nail. The ones that figure out their own clever way to commit a crime. Well, if that's all the help you can give us, I guess it'll have to do. Let's see how they're doing in there.
That might be. The face might be the same. I don't know. The nose isn't the same. Up there at the bridge, the killer's nose was flatter.
That's Ben Burton.
He's out of circulation. He's got 5 years to serve before parole.
I don't think it's any use.
Of course it's some use. A woman's been murdered here. Let's start all over again.
Now, gentlemen, please relax. Now, there's a very good idea. Let's all have a cup of coffee, and perhaps it'll clear our thinking. Now, Mr. Page, you've been most cooperative, but if we could help you to remember just one more thing.
All right, Doctor.
When you saw him hit her, what did you do?
I hollered. No, don't do that.
Did he hear you?
Well, no, he couldn't hear me because the window was closed and his ear... Wait a minute. His ear, his left ear, it was, what do you call it? Prize fighters have them.
Cauliflower ear?
That's it, his left ear, he had one.
That does it. That's what I need, something to work on. Come on, Fenton, we'll get out the new description. This time we'll add a cauliflower left ear.
Well, Mr. Page, I think you can go home now.
I'd rather not. I couldn't sleep now. Not until the job's finished. I need to talk to that man.
It may be some time before the police can find him.
I'll wait a while. It'll be easier. You see, Dr. Mason, you want to know what this is about because you're a psychiatrist. But I have to know just to be able to live with myself. Actually found a man who...
He matches your description exactly. Everything is the same.
Can we see him?
As soon as Lieutenant Davis sends for us, he wants to question him first. We're holding you as a surprise to force him into confessing. You see, actually, we have nothing on him except your testimony. We have to prove that he killed that woman.
Yes, of course.
When we go in, don't say anything about it.
Not saying it before it happened? Don't worry.
Like I said, cop, I don't know what you're talking about. Either book me or turn me loose. You won't hang it on me with a witness. You need more than that, and you know it. You'll need the stuff that was stolen and maybe even the weapon the guy used.
Yeah, you're right. I need all of that. And you're going to tell me where it is.
Okay, so stop talking and show me. Bring on your witness. Let's see what you've got.
Don't go away.
Don't worry. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
That's him. That's the man.
That's him. That's the man.
Sit down, Kerwin.
See? See the ear?
Tell him, Page. Tell him what he did.
He knows. But he doesn't believe I saw him, is that it?
That's it, Dan. I think you're a liar, looking for a big charge or something.
You wore shiny black leather gloves, dark gray pants, and a dark blue shirt. No hat. You hid behind the chair when the woman came into the room. She was blonde and very pretty. She wore a blue dressing gown, light blue. You had a flashlight in your hand. You hit her and she fell. The hairbrush fell, too. You turned and took the jewelry out of the jewelry box, stuffed it in your pocket, went over to the couch, emptied her purse, and you left.
It's a frame-up. Nobody see me do anything. You're trying to scare me. This guy's a fake. You brought him in just to work on me.
The arm. When he put his left arm around her neck, she bit him. That's why he rubbed his arm. Maybe the bite mark's still there.
Roll up the sleeve, Fenton. It's there. I know. You didn't mean to kill her.
Well, she caught me in the room. I couldn't get out.
Take him away, Fenton. Try to forget it, huh, Page? Go back to work and stop thinking about it.
Are you going to stop thinking about it, Lieutenant?
No, I guess not.
Edward Page returned to work 2 days later, but he was not, nor would he ever be, the same man who left work such a short time before. Page's experience was an example of what is defined as precognition, the ability to foresee the future. Throughout history, there have been many such instances, reported and documented. How does it happen? Why? I'm afraid the explanation is still beyond our understanding, at least for the moment. Please join me again for another journey into that real but unexplainable world which lies behind the veil. Good night.
Hope you'll be back pronto, folks, but right now, here's another yarn for you.
At the Three Bears Milk Bar one stormy night, the boys are drinking milk with all their might and eating the cereal they like the most, Sugar Crisp that's made by both. When all of a sudden came a terrible din. It's Bart McFinn, a rough-tough guy from Cherokee. That's me. I'm a-looking for fearless Frank McCall. We're shooting it out for once and for all. We'll shoot all right, and I won't miss. But first I'm gonna finish this. As a cereal steady old man, what a treat. Just pour on the milk and you're ready to eat. It's great, says old Prospector Fitch. When you dig into this, you're striking it rich. For snacks, it's a handy, says Checker Champ Fred. Oh, Sugar Crisp keeps you a jump ahead. I eat it like candy, says Pie and a Pete. I play with one hand, with t'other I eat. But back to the feud and twixt Frank and McFinn. Frank's eating is done, let the shooting begin. They're reaching, oh glory, the bullets will fly. What's this? Why, it looks like you see eye to eye. A man who eats Sugar Crisp can't be so bad. When a guy eats this stuff, he can't stay mad. Oh, Sugar Crisp made them the greatest of friends. And that's how it is that a story now ends.
As a cereal, it's dandy. For snacks, it's so handy. Or eat it like candy. Look for the package with the 3 bears on it and get Sugar Crisp, one of the newest members of the Post family of cereals.
Lights out.
Tonight,
we issue fair warning to those of you who are foolish enough to believe that old Mother Earth is the only planet in this endless universe of ours inhabited by human creatures. But you'll see what we mean, just as tonight the Martian eyes will see. Lights out.
Good morning, Professor Lyman.
Good evening, Frank.
What'll it be?
The customary poison.
Sir. And what do you hear from the Martians, Professor? You know, some guys see pink elephants or little lizards. But the Professor here, he's different. He's got Martians.
Well, someday, Franklin, when it's too late, people will appreciate my warnings. Remember, they laughed at Galileo.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've got work to do, Mr. Lyman, so excuse me, will you? And, don't bother the customers, eh? Let me know if he bothers you, mister.
Don't look now.
Look at what?
You see him?
Sure I saw him.
He is one of them. He's been following me all day. Now the trick is to jump the gun on them with absolute convincing proof. Did you see how nonchalantly he walked by just then carrying his drink? He'd have fooled anybody, don't you agree?
Oh, definitely.
I knew that you were sensitive the first minute I saw you. You're a press photographer, aren't you?
How'd you know that?
I've been following you all morning.
You what?
Yes.
Same again, gents? Welcome, sir.
I first noticed you on the subway. I saw how you were watching everybody, particularly their foreheads, like a cat. Well, speaking of cats, by the way, did you know that they can see them too? Only they pretend that they can't. Because I have a theory that before they came to Earth, the cats ruled.
Who are they?
Well, the Martians, of course.
Martians? Like in Orson Welles?
Yes, I suspected from the first moment I saw you that you were aware of them too.
Look, I'm a photographer. Faces are my business. I watch everybody.
Well, I could be wrong, of course. I've tried to persuade so many people, and all they do is laugh at me. Professor Spitzer, that is the astrophysics man. Now, he had an article in last week's Time in which he said that assuming that there was life on Mars and assuming that they were way ahead of us and could come to Earth, nobody would believe the few people who did see them. Unless, of course, there was absolute definite proof.
All around us, you say?
All around.
Him?
Shh. They rule the world. They have conquered us, and they're so clever that we don't even know it. Wait, they follow us, they even marry us. Now, you take bathtubs, for instance.
Okay, take bathtubs.
Nobody in their right mind would say that bathtubs are comfortable for us humans. But for Martians, they're fine. Now, look, whenever I hear the water running into my bathtub, and I know that there's a Martian splashing around in there, I usually pretend that I don't hear a thing.
Oh, it's a smart move.
Well, they hypnotize us, you know.
Oh, you don't say.
It accounts for so many, many things. Now, why does a criminal confess? Isn't that the most illogical thing in the world? And yet he does it. Nothing makes any sense.
See, you're serious about all this, aren't you?
And why is my wife so illogical about money?
Martians?
Precisely. You know, just last week, I realized suddenly that my bed was too short for me, and I wanted to buy a long one. Did I? Oh, no. Why? Because the Martian, who generally sleeps there, he persuaded me that I shouldn't spend the money. I shall go through the rest of my life now with my feet sticking out over the edge of that bed. Does that make any sense, does it?
Hey, look, you aren't kidding, are you?
And take wars. Wars don't make sense from any human viewpoint. Nobody wants them. We go right on having them. Why?
Search me, Doc. Why?
From the Martian viewpoint, they're valuable. You see, they give us a spurt in technocracy. And the Martians use our developments for their own purposes.
You figured this out all by yourself, huh, Doc?
All by myself.
Okay, Doc, I get the picture. Now, look, why don't you take your drink and get down there and sit all by yourself?
And you know how I tell?
No.
It's the third eye.
Could you say that again?
It's a third eye. There's a third eye right here, in the middle of the forehead. It's invisible most of the time.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
If it's invisible, Doc, how can you see it?
There's a special prescription for infrared light. My physician gave it to me about a year ago for a most unusual eye condition. That was when I saw them for the first time, and I concluded that the third eye is only visible in infrared light. Now, I want to give this secret to the world, but nobody will believe me unless you...
Yeah, sure, Doc. Go on.
Well, I must warn the world, and the question is, how far will I get?
That's a good question.
You see, not even the Martians believe me. Oh, if they did, I'd be a dead duck by now, wouldn't I? Now, I had hoped that... No. I suppose that your Martian has hypnotized you just like all the rest. You won't believe it.
Did you say my Martian?
Please. Now, I may be just a tiny bit drunk, but my logic is absolutely unimpaired. 2 and 2 equals 2 and 2. Either you know about the Martians or you don't. If you do know, why do you give me this my Martian routine? My Martian knows you have a Martian. I know you have a Martian. The only question is, do you know it? Will you think hard? Will you?
No, I don't have one.
Why? You're very nervous, aren't you? Yes. You're very nervous, aren't you? Of course you have a Martian. Everybody has one following him around, watching him, giving him...
What would I be doing with a Martian? You're out of your... Was it,
Look, I must go.
Not just yet, Doc.
What?
Is anybody watching us? Listen, when you started talking, I figured you were loony as a bedbug. Maybe you are. But this third eye business interests me. Sit down.
No,
Come on, sit down. I have a studio on the ground floor of my house where I do some private work. You know, portraits and stuff to pick up an extra buck now and again.
I really don't need any portraits.
About a month ago, I started fooling around with some infrared film. It's something new, you know, for taking pictures in almost complete darkness. Well, I shot a picture of my studio. When I developed it, there was someone looking in my window. Well, I blew it up to see who it was, and here it is. I figured it was some Halloween gag until you started talking a little while ago.
Now that we've both seen it, we might be able to convince people. It'll be dangerous, though. You see, as long as it was just a question of one drunk old man babbling in a bar, they didn't need to worry about that. But now the two don't.
You take this photograph for safekeeping.
To the negative.
Well, come to my studio about 8 o'clock tonight. We'll figure out how to proceed. Can you be there?
My wife?
Well, tell her you have to visit a sick friend. Tell her anything but be there. Here's the address. Well, you better go out the back way.
So long, Professor.
He's quite a character, eh? Philip? You know, I've seen him come here with all kinds of things. But he's the first one I've seen with Martians.
Hello, Sorrell speaking.
Hello, Mr. Sorrell. This is Professor Lyman.
Well?
I had a difficult time. My wife is a most suspicious woman, but I managed to sneak out.
Good. Where are you?
I'm in a drugstore near your corner. Now, you listen to me. Do you remember the one who was snooping around the bar?
Yeah.
He's been following me ever since I left the house. I think I managed to give him the slip, but I'll stay here a few minutes to make certain. You have the negative?
Yes.
Oh, good. But we must be careful. We must be careful. When I get there, will you let me in quickly?
Right.
Good. I'll be over in a minute. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll be waiting. Thank heaven you got here. You.
Good evening, Mr. Sorrell. You have an excellent memory for faces. So do I.
What do you want?
Let's not be naive, Mr. Sorrell. I was extremely interested in your infrared photography this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
After listening to our friend Lyman babble about three-eyed Martians for the past few weeks, it came as quite a surprise to me when you actually produced a photograph corroborating what he said. Naturally, it was most important that I verify the photograph and the technique.
You're crazy.
You're mistaken, Mr. Sorrell. It's our friend Lyman who's crazy. At least I hope to prove he is. You will get the photograph for me, please. And the negative.
Who are you?
Our friend Lyman has been acting most peculiarly lately. His wife has become concerned. She's thinking of having him legally committed to an institution.
What's all this got to do with you?
I, too, am most anxious that Lyman be committed. I've been following him for some weeks. So, naturally, Mr. Sorrell, following him, I observed him. So you see, that's my job. I want to make sure that Lyman is committed as insane, so that Mrs. Lyman is free to pursue the kind of life that she chooses to lead. So naturally, when you come along and verify all the things that he's been saying, I am most concerned.
You're lying. You're one of them.
Get the photograph, Mr. Sorrell.
And if I refuse?
You will not refuse.
Very well. It's in the dark room.
And Mr. Sorrell, no tricks, please. My client is very determined.
Operator. Hello, operator. Get me the police. Hello. Hello, operator. I see you thought of everything, including the telephone wires. Here's the negative. It was taken with infrared film using a combination of filters known only to me. I used this camera using ordinary technique, like this. Here. Here. Light!
Now we know that the Martians are flesh and blood and they can be killed.
How?
Well, I managed to sneak in and surprise him. I borrowed your little paper knife.
This is murder.
What do you think he'd have done to you if I hadn't killed him?
I'll get the police.
No, don't be a fool. Do you think that the police are going to believe a fantastic story about a three-eyed Martian? We aren't ready for them yet. No, we've got to convince the world before we tell them.
The body. Someone may come in here at any moment.
You pretend that you're taking his portrait. You see, I'll be in the basement.
I can't.
Well, you must.
One moment. Wait a minute. Maybe he wasn't a Martian.
Why,
Maybe
of course he's a Martian. I can see his third eye quite plainly. It's staring wide open. Don't you feel it looking at you?
Stop talking like that. Hide.
You be calm.
Open up, it's the police.
Oh, Mr. Sorrell?
Hello, officer. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, but I was doing a portrait.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but the telephone operator phoned precinct. She said she got a call from your number. Sounded like you needed help.
No, everything's perfectly all right, really. Thanks very much for coming anyway.
Well, I just wanted to make sure. Mind if I look around?
Well,
I'm pretty interested in photography. I noticed your rig in here. Yeah, that's a beauty, all right. Uh-huh. Boy, I wish I could afford one like that, but I guess not on my salary, huh? Well, Mr. Sorrell, I see you're busy, so I'll just take off. I'm sorry to have bothered you, sir, but you know how these things are. Oh, watch the birdie. Good night, Mr. Sorrell.
Good night, officer. If only I could be certain. If only there was some positive way. Lyman.
What?
Are you ready yet?
In a minute. You bring him down.
Mother in heaven. There's no third eye. He's a human. An ordinary human. Lyman. Lyman!
I'm ready for you.
Lyman, we've made a mistake.
Oh, no. There's no mistake, I assure you, Mr. Sorrell. The graves are ready. Both of them.
Both?
Both. Come down.
Oh, well, no one would have believed Mr. Sorrell's story anyway.
NBC Television.
Admiral, manufacturer of the world's most powerful television receivers and maker of table model radios. Admiral portable radios, radio phonograph combinations, a complete line of conventional refrigerators, and a famous Admiral dual temp refrigerator. Admiral electric ranges with Flexo heat. A full line of television combinations. And the finest of them all, the famous 3-foot theater. Admiral.
Number 13 Demon Street. I am condemned to live here, to suffer on this earth eternally, as a punishment for my sin. It is said that no greater outrage was ever committed by any mortal. But, should I find a crime more heinous, my terrible punishment will end. Come with me to a lonely coastal road fringing a village in Bavaria.
Thanks. Heinz! Heinz. Heinz!
My hand is caught. Help me. It's no use.
What are we going to do?
My satchel. My satchel, quick! Epidemic. Scalpel.
He's dead.
Yes. And he does not need both of his hands.
Heinz, this is Police Inspector Berg.
How do you do? Oh, sorry.
Please, sit down.
Thank you. I must congratulate you, Dr. Schloss.
Congratulate me?
Mm-hmm. It's more than a miracle that you both survived and uninjured, except your broken wrist. I think I'll exhibit the wrecks at the police museum as a warning. I have here the name of the man who ran into your car. Of course, you won't have much luck with the insurance companies.
Oh, well, I didn't think of that. Who was the man?
Erich Münster.
Münster?
Yes. You must have heard of him? The psychopathic killer? He has 5 lives on his conscience. Of course, I use the word conscience advisedly.
Psychopathic killer?
Yes. He saved the government money by killing himself in that accident. Well, the case is closed. Goodbye. Oh, sorry, guy. Sorry. Or do you have anything else to report?
Anything else?
I wish I had better news for you. But a convict in a stolen car? You might try to sue the insurance company.
Thank you, Inspector.
Oh, pleasure.
Heinz.
A murderer's hand.
Doesn't make any difference whose hand it is.
But it has killed.
But it's the mind that's responsible, not the body.
Not bad. Not bad at all. What do you think?
I'm too excited.
Let's see. You know, I seem to have even more feeling in this hand than in the other. You must have had an extremely fine sense of touch. You see it?
They look all right.
But they are different. People will notice.
They're your hands. The hands of a prominent surgeon.
Well, I shall just have to wear gloves. Nurse? Hypodermic. Scissors. Scalpel.
You know, it seems like ages since we've been out together. And yet it's only since...
Yes. Shall we dance? Eddie, will you marry me next week?
It's too long to wait.
You know, I've never been so happy. To think I might have been a cripple all my life.
Hold me tight.
You know, I guess I was becoming extremely complacent about my success. I won't anymore.
What are you doing? We're in a public place.
What do you mean?
Ow! Stop it!
What is the matter?
Why did you want to hurt me?
Hurt you? My hand. No, it can't be. Close. Open. Close. Open. Scalpel. Forceps. Where is it? Please, leave me. Please, get out.
But why?
Please, get out.
What's frightening you?
Go! Operator, get me the police.
Come on in, Dr. Schloss. Please, sit down.
Thank you.
This accident is still on your mind, Dr. Schloss?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Erich Münster's past has a fascination for you?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I've tried to analyze my motive.
Yes?
But I cannot explain them. But tell me, what was he besides being a murderer?
If that man had been to a psychiatrist, he might have become as famous as you.
Yes, he must have had a very fine sense of touch.
What makes you say that?
Wasn't he a safecracker?
No.
Oh, I thought I read it in the newspapers.
Münster hated women. All his victims were women. Who knows what kind of experiences he had as a child?
You said that his victims were only women?
Yes. He seems to have killed the women he loved or hated. Both emotions, so opposed, have a common root. Yeah. Well, I collected his data here. Erich Münster was born of middle-class parents. His father was a butcher. His mother always sick, and...
Yes. I don't want to know any more about him. Thank you very much for your trouble.
No trouble at all.
Is anything wrong, Doctor?
No, nothing. Nothing at all.
Steady, Doctor. This isn't your first operation.
Yes, I must get hold of myself.
She's dead. It wasn't your fault. It's just that there were too many complications.
If only I... It is hard to lose a patient for the first time.
It couldn't be helped.
Yes, perhaps you are right. Thank you.
Nurse, will you bring in the next patient for Dr. Schloss, please?
She is dead. Like the others. Why did they die?
What's yours?
Double whiskey.
Buy a girl a drink, good looking? I'll have a whiskey too, Kurt.
$10.
Here's to a gentleman and a scholar. I know a place that's much more fun than this. Come on, let's get out of here. Let's go dancing.
Hi. I'm so glad you're all right. I was so worried.
Eddie, please help me. You must help me.
What's happened? What is it?
This hand. I have no control over it.
You're still in a state of shock. Believe me. What you need is a long rest. Maybe it's just the psychological after effect of the operation. We must try to find out if the mind becomes affected after the transplantation of living tissues.
This was a murderer's hand. Inspector Berg told me that Erich Spinster was a psychopathic killer. He murdered women. 5 women died under my knife. 5 women. Don't you see?
It's a coincidence. We can't control life. Many people die on the operating table.
I know, but this is different. Tonight, I almost killed a girl in the bar. It wasn't me. It was... it.
Heinz.
No.
You know I love you. And you love me. Don't be frightened by a nightmare. Put your arms around me. Please. And the fears will go away.
Yes. Not her! Not her!
That hand was not alive. No. It was dead. Dead as this fire poker.
A new dog food, Rally. So rich in meat and bone meal, you don't have to doctor it up.
My favorite commercial.
Real beef flavor. Beats beef for nourishment. Get your dog new Rally.
Mmm, a most palatable idea.
that you have fainted, sir.
What the devil are you doing to me?
You fainted, sir.
Take your hands off.
Shall I run for a doctor?
It's nothing. Nothing at all. I'm frequently taking the spell.
Oh, sir, you must have dropped this.
Dropped what?
A dagger, sir. Isn't this your dagger? It's a beauty. Something for All Hallows Eve?
I've been here many times. I've sold this place as some of the finest pieces they have.
Tomorrow, sir. We're closed now. Sir, I told you we were closed.
Where's your master?
In the back, sir, but he can't be disturbed. He's going over figures.
Behind that door? Is that where he is?
I wouldn't know, sir. It's no use, sir. It's double barred. He always bars it when he's going over figures.
Going over figures? Or going over his stacks of gold?
I wish you'd be kind and go, sir. Believe me, nothing will bring him out.
Nothing? Oh, good of you to come out of your lairs.
Really, Mr. Markheim?
Be off with you. Off to whatever little nonsense you were off to.
Now, sir, will you tell me why you come here at this hour? Surely you know that I'm alone in my house and make a point of refusing business?
Well, you'd better not refuse my business.
Very well, Mr. Markheim, but you'll have to pay for that. And pay besides for a kind of manner that I regard in you today very strongly.
Nonsense. I'm no different today than any day.
What have you got under your cape?
What?
What is it you come to sell?
Not a thing.
Oh, don't worry, sir. We are alone here. You may speak out. Believe me, sir, I am the essence of discretion and ask no awkward questions. All I mean, Mr. Markheim, is that when a customer cannot look me in the eye, he has to pay for it.
Yes, indeed I know. You've built your fortune on that, haven't you? On years and years of underpaying poor devils like myself.
Mr. Markheim, you can give, as usual, a clear account of how you came into the possession of the object underneath your cape.
When I think of all the times I've seen that leer on your face.
All the times you brought these things from your uncle's cabinet? My, what a valuable collection he must have. And inexhaustible, I should say, wouldn't you? Almost as inexhaustible as all the fine houses one might steal from in London.
Sir, you are in error.
Oh?
In absolute error.
Really?
Yes. I have recently done remarkably well at the gaming table. I come now not to sell, but to buy.
Oh, well, Mr. Markheim. Really, sir, I do felicitate you.
Yes, I thought you would.
And now, what may I show you?
Oh. I'm terribly sorry I dropped the mate. But I'll gladly pay. It was £10, I believe.
How do you happen to be in here? Don't you know the place is closed?
I'm sorry. The door was open, and so I strolled in.
Well, stroll out.
That's all right, Mr. Markheim. I'll take care of this. Thank you, sir.
Not at all.
Good day, sir. And now, sir, what will it be? Mr. Markheim.
I seek a birthday present for a lady. I must present my little compliment at dinner tonight. And as you well know, a rich marriage is not a thing to be neglected. Good heavens. What's that?
A delightful old clock. It's called the murderer's clock, or time's revenge, because every hour there's another killing. Would you care for that, sir?
No clocks. I think I want no clocks.
Now, sir, how about a fine piece of glass? Now, there's a choice piece for a lady. A picture mirror, 15th century.
A mirror? For a birthday? Surely not.
Why not?
Oh, look at it. Look at yourself. Do you like to see yourself? Do you really see yourself? No. Nor I. Nor anything.
Really, sir, you are in a difficult mood. Perhaps you could use a hand glass.
I ask you for a present, and you give me this hellish reminder of the years and sins, follies. Do you mean for me to look and examine my life?
Sir, I do think you should rest for a minute. You appear to be all of a fever.
You look. Examine your life and tell me, is it worth an instant more?
Really, sir, you must make your purchase and be off. Have you thought of a snuff box?
Tell me, sir, are you charitable? Are you pious? Are you scrupulous? Look here, see this dagger? Suppose the assassin's hand were hovering over you. What could you cry out? What could you possibly cry to be safe?
Really, sir, I'm forced to send for a constable.
Are you loved? No. Are you loving? No. I see you looking at your locked door. What are you thinking? Will you live long enough to get back to your great chest gorged with gold? Is that your question? Then may I give you a proper reply? unusually small, strangely nearer than in life. What if someone saw you through the window? You should have killed the servant. She'll come back. She'll tell. Run now. No, wait. 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 The past is irrevocable. Go in the back. Get the money. Get the gold. Get it so you can marry her. You love her. Now you can marry her. Hurry. Hurry. See the prison. You love her. Now you can marry her. See the prison. See the gallows. Isn't love excuse enough? See the prison, see the gallows, see the black coffin.
And now, the second act of All Hallows Eve, starring Franchot Tone.
What do you want? Be gone with you! Off now, off! All right. Rascals. What is it?
Something for All Hallows Eve.
How long have you been out there looking?
Not long, sir.
How long? Since I came in?
Yes, sir.
Yes. What did you see?
You, sir?
Is that all? You didn't see anybody else?
Oh, no, sir. And even if we had, sir, we wouldn't tell.
Wouldn't tell what?
Wouldn't tell what we saw. Something for All Hallows Eve.
Here.
Something for my brothers. Hallows Eve is the time for singing witches' songs.
Why don't I feel a tremor of penitence? Why no remorse? Footsteps? Or is it leaves falling on the roof?
You're not alone. Sir, you're not alone. There's someone behind you. No, the other way. Then it must be upstairs. Or is it in the front? Is it the dead man getting to his leg?
What if nature plays me a trick? What if the whole house falls? What if the solid walls become transparent?
Did you see it all? You little devils, you saw it all the time. And you called the constable. Here, you fiends, take this. Take this!
Mr. Markheim, there's someone in the shop. Mr. Markheim, don't you hear the footsteps in the shop?
You called me?
You were taking some money, I believe. I should warn you that the maid has left her sweetheart earlier than usual. She will soon be here.
That tea's cold.
No matter. Mr. Markheim, if you be found in this house, I need not answer for the consequences.
You know me.
You have long been a favorite of mine. I have long observed you.
Who are you?
A friend of yours. An admirer. And now I wish to help you.
But you don't know me.
I know you to the soul.
I don't even know myself. My life is but a slander to myself. I live to belie myself. Actually, I hate evil. Look me in the face. Can't you see in me the clear writing of conscience? Can't you see me for what I am? An unwilling sinner.
Ah, the servant delays, looking in the windows, but still she moves nearer. And remember, it is as though the gallows itself was trudging towards you through the holiday streets. Shall I help you up? Shall I help you pack up your gold and escape?
At what price?
No price. I offer this service so simply as a gift.
No, wait. I know who you are. I will take nothing at your hands. I will not commit myself to evil.
Evil for which I live consists not of action, but of character. The bad man is dear to me, not the bad act. It isn't because you have killed a man that I want to help you. It's because you are Markheim, and that is why I want to help you escape.
This is my last crime. From this, I've learned a momentous lesson. Today, from this deed, I plucked not only riches, but warning. Today, I shall no longer be driven by poverty. I shall be married and respected and live my life in godliness. Well, why do you laugh at me? Can't you see that from now on I'm a changed man? These hands will become the agents of good. My heart will at last be at peace.
Markheim, in all the years that you have been in this earth, I have watched you steadily fall.
Don't mock my way. I've killed once, I'll kill again.
15 years ago, you would have shuddered at the idea of a theft. 3 years ago, you would have blenched at the name of murder. Downward, downward through the years, in every part of you, all of you goes with a looser rein. Therefore, content yourself with what you are. For you will never change.
No, I will. Only let me out of here. I'll change.
That's the maid. Do you remember? I forewarned you. And now, you let her in. And after you let her in, you will kill her very quietly, as you killed her master. Kill her.
I'm going to change.
Remember, you are committed to evil. You are no longer free to act.
But that is the last evil deed of my life.
Never. You are at the beck of temptation. You belong to me. You belong to me without power or will. Open the door, Markheim. Let the maid in quietly. Then let her turn quietly. And then kill her quietly.
What is it, sir? What would you, sir?
Go for the police. I killed your master.
Next week, Suspense is relinquishing its time in order that you may receive the election returns. 2 weeks from tonight, our story will be The Moving Target, a story based on a recent true incident at the Olympic Games. A story well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Better than beer?
Can it be?
Try Carling's Red Cap Ale and see.
We brew fine beer as well as ale, but we brew Carling's Red Cap Ale. Folks say it's all good beer can be. Pull us a little bit more.
You'll see.
Better than beer?
Can it be?
Try Carling's Red Cap Ale and see.
Yes, the ale with that proud Canadian heritage, Carling's Red Cap Ale, is now brewed in the USA. A deliciously different brew you will want to try. See if you agree with the people who tell us Carling's Red Cap Ale gives them more pleasure than any beer they've ever tasted. They say it's light and dry as the smoothest beer, yet with that extra flavor, that heart you get only in such a fine ale. Carling's Red Cap's the light-hearted ale. So with an open bottle and an open mind, put Carling's Red Cap Ale to the test.
You'll like it better.
Better than beer?
Can it be? Try Carling's Red Cap Ale and see.
The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not. But the real people who lived this story, they believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond. This is one of the storerooms of a salvage company in Connecticut. It may seem a most unlikely place to begin the incredible saga of German U-boat 147. But there's a reason for my being here. A fantastic reason, which I'll explain later. Actually, the story began some years ago, and a long way from Connecticut. It was early spring 1945, and Hitler's Third Reich was dying. 147 was one of the last U-boats to survive. Now it waited off the coast of northern Germany to begin its final voyage.
Dad! Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler. Be careful with those briefcases.
An honor to have you aboard, sir.
I shouldn't be on board. I should be with the Führer, fighting until the end.
Put them in my cabin. May I show you to your quarters?
The captain is generous.
My orders from the Admiralty are quite specific. So long as you are aboard this boat, you are in command, Herr Bartmann.
My orders are not so specific. We must somehow keep this dream alive. Herr Kapitän, enemy aircraft!
Herr Bartmann!
Secure!
40 meters!
40 meters, Captain!
That's rather hard. Steady, 1 to 0. We'll be underwater in 30 seconds.
What is it?
Someone is trapped on top! Surface at once!
Surface at once, Captain! What are you doing?
I'm going up after him.
You can't. The plane will kill us all.
One of my men is drowning up there.
You cannot surface. I will not allow it. That is an order.
Resume driving position to 40 meters.
40 meters, Captain!
All stations. This is the captain. Check all personnel and report.
Oh, I have never been on a U-boat. Is smoking permitted?
No, Herr Bartmann.
No?
No, there is battery gas aboard. It might explode.
What a ball.
What a beautiful cigarette case.
Yes, it is, isn't it? The inscription on the inside might interest you.
The Führer.
It was given to me at Nuremberg in 1938. A million voices singing the Horst Wessel song. The torches turning their faces red. Those were days, my boy.
Engine room reporting, Captain. All hands at station.
Aft torpedo room. All hands at station.
Waiting room at station. Forward torpedo room. All hands at station, Captain.
That leaves only the control room.
Captain, you must understand that the life of every German is as dear to me as it is to you. But on this voyage, my dear Captain, you're carrying something more precious than life.
And that is?
You are carrying the last hope of the Third Reich. All that is left of Germany are a few U-boats, such as this one, moving under the sea, with a half a dozen leaders like myself. This is not vanity. This is a historical fact.
When did you see the Fuhrer last?
I do not want to talk about that. He's become an old man. His vitality all gone. His whole body trembles. Imagine those wonderful eyes, dead. I wept. I admit it, I wept.
Captain! All hands at stations in control room.
Are you certain?
Certain, Captain.
No one missing. How can that be?
Could it have been the bullets from the plane? Possibly some seaweed caught on the cables when we crash-dived, Captain.
I suppose it's possible.
Well, then we're upset about nothing. All is well. That is a good omen. I feel rather tired. Would somebody take me to my cabin, please?
Frieder!
Yes, Captain!
Show Herr Bachmann to my quarters.
Yes, Captain!
What is it?
Check every valve, bolt, and fitting on this boat.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Keep looking. I checked the engine room, the aft torpedo room, and the forward torpedo room. Everything is working perfectly. Oh, I found a loose sprocket on one of the ventilator fans, but that could not have caused the noise.
Well, let's hope we are through with the sound.
What's that?
A little party. I gave the men permission.
But they'll wake Herr Bartmann. The poor man finally fell asleep. I'll tell him to stop.
Lieutenant, didn't you hear me? I gave them permission.
Worship of dignity like the good captain. Some of my best memories are of being with young people at party meetings. They were like my own boys. Well now, whose birthday is it?
My wife's, sir.
Your wife's? How charming.
Did they wake you up, Herr Bartmann?
No, it's all right. The sound has stopped.
Yes.
It's more pleasant to be awake now. Go to my cabin. You will find a bottle of cognac there. Bring it here.
At once.
Your wife, huh? Well, how old is she?
Elsa's 21. I hope.
You hope?
She's been reported missing.
Oh, come now, let's cheer up. I may have to send a message to Herr Goebbels saying that we have discovered a defeatist among us. Herr Goebbels will say, shoot him right away.
Herr Bartmann.
Ah, thank you. Cognac, huh? It's better than beer, isn't it? Here we go. Little cognac for you. Little cognac for you. All right, here, my boy.
Stupidity is this?
There must be some way of finding out where this is coming from.
We've checked everything inside the hull. Every piece of machinery is working perfectly.
Then why is there this pounding?
When we surface to recharge batteries, We'll check the superstructure. Maybe it's up there.
And when will that be?
When it's possible.
Oh, it's bad enough to be sealed up in this coffin, choking on the smell of oil and men. But to endure this idiotic... No, no, no!
It's coming from here, yes, but there is nothing wrong. It's tight as a drum.
Captain, I want to ask you a question.
Well?
Is it possible that one of the men in your crew is doing this deliberately?
Deliberately? Why should anyone...
Oh, come now. Don't be that simple-minded.
I don't understand.
To shatter my nerves, of course. To make it impossible for me to carry out my mission.
That's ridiculous.
I do not think so.
Even if anyone wanted to, how could they?
What do I know about U-boats? I would make a very satisfactory victim for the trick. Is there no way to stop this pounding? Will this pounding ever cease?
Get the medical officer.
Yes. What for? What for?
A sedative, perhaps, Herr Bartman.
I do not need a sedative. I want the records of every man sent to my cabin.
All the records are kept in the Admiralty in Berlin.
Oh, that's most unfortunate. It might have been interesting to look into the captain's records also. In my cabin, right outside the wall. Surface at once and find out what it is.
We can't. It would be too dangerous.
Surface at once!
Surface at once!
Surface at once, Captain!
Everything still all right?
No signs of anything so far, Captain.
Keep a sharp watch.
Yes, Captain.
Nothing.
Radio message, Captain.
Thank you. Where was this picked up?
Shortwave from London.
Herr Bartman, we haven't found the trouble yet, but I assure you
Yes. We will stay up here until we do find it. I didn't know that fresh air could taste so sweet. For me? It is a lie.
I doubt it, Herr Bartman.
Who gave you this?
The radio man, of course.
It is another deliberate attempt to harass me.
Herr Bartman, I assure you...
Who is this radio man? What is his background?
Lieutenant Friedel is in charge of personnel.
I found him reliable. Admiral Dönitz announced today that Adolf Hitler died during the night of April 30th. A Reuters dispatch reports that Hitler killed himself. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
It's a filthy lie!
The Führer would never do anything like that. No, sir. I do not believe in the reliability of your radio man. But Herr Boatman, I was... Why do you insist on defending him? I'm not defending him. It's a lie! It's a lie! A filthy lie! Why are we fighting among ourselves? We're all that is left. Captain, I wish to speak to the men.
Attention! This is the captain. Attention!
This is Boutman. I bring you terrible news, my comrades. The Führer is dead. He died like a hero, leading his troops into battle. We are Germany now. We must be worthy of the Führer's courage.
Captain. Attention! This is the captain. Everybody to dive stations!
What are you doing?
A boat is approaching from the south.
We haven't found out about the pounding! We haven't found out about the pounding!
Ship's only 10 miles away!
Oh, no! 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 No!
The propeller noises are stronger now. 1, 2, 5 revolutions. Sounds like a destroyer.
How close?
Between 3,000 and 4,000 meters.
Lieutenant Schneider?
This is the captain. What is our depth?
90 meters.
An enemy destroyer is approaching. We will be under depth charge attack in approximately 4 minutes. You are to begin procedures for silent routine.
Yes, Captain. This is Lieutenant Schneider.
All electrical equipment except battery for lights will be shut off.
Shoes are to be removed.
There will be no unnecessary talking.
And what do we do if the pounding starts again?
Power room will turn off motors.
Chief engineer will disconnect ventilating system.
That is all.
Giving further information.
2,500 meters. Still closing. Propeller 1, 2, 5 revolutions.
If that is the only sound we make, we will be all right, Captain.
How close?
2,200 meters. Closing.
No, wait. Going over to new course. Approximately 228.
He may be losing us. He's veering away. Well? Well?
4,000 meters. Still moving away. Now on course 206.
He's all over the ocean. He's lost us.
Where am I? Oh, I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I can't breathe. Get out.
What is it? What is it?
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I must have air.
The destroyer will pick up the pounding and come back.
Indeed it will, Lieutenant.
What is it? Where can it be?
Air! Get away from me! He struck me! He's doing the pounding. Arrest him! Arrest him! He's doing it! Can't you see? Tell him who I am! Tell him to stop the pounding! Tell him to stop the pounding! Oh, listen. I'm Bautmann. Remember, the Führer, he embraced me. He said to me, Nuremberg. Million voices, screaming, faces, blood, head.
I gave him Pentosil.
Faces.
Make him unconscious in a minute.
Red voices.
All stations. This is the captain. This is the captain. Rig for dip charges.
Are we going to try to run for it, Captain?
Run? Where can we run?
We're setting ducks.
It stopped. He's unconscious now. Will somebody give me a hand?
Dear God, only when he's conscious.
What?
We hear the pounding only when he's awake. When he's asleep, it's gone. It's gone now. Don't you see? Somehow it comes from him.
That could not be.
It follows him from place to place.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
All stations. This is the captain. Restore power and prepare to surface. Aim to forward tank. Left rudder. We are going to surrender. Surrender? The war is over. Do you want to die down here with her, Bautmann?
What could it have been?
Wonder about it for the rest of your days. Just as I shall. Who knows? It might be good for our souls. All hands! This is the captain. We are going to surrender.
Through the courtesy of the Hornsby Salvage Company in Connecticut, I offer this wrench as one of the strangest mementos of World War II. In 1946, the Hornsby people bought U-boat 147 for scrap. When the outside hull of the ship was cut away, this wrench was found in the hands of a skeleton. During the frenzied war effort of the German U-boat yards, sometimes a workman died unnoticed inside the tank spaces, which then became his unmarked tomb. Now that explains the skeleton, but it doesn't explain the pounding. However, I have a theory. It's my own, of course. What about the man who held this wrench? What was he? Was he a slave laborer from the Balkans or France, Poland? Or was he a German whose hatred of the Nazis did not end with his death? What was he? In a moment, something about next week. Next week, we travel to the chateau country of France and the scene of some very dark doings indeed. The villagers still whisper about the murdered wife, whose tortured image has a way of appearing on the stone wall of the lovely chateau. Try to be with us.
Wait, don't break that egg. There's a better way to make your hair shine. It's Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo, a golden lotion with real eggs powdered in to give all the benefits of an old-fashioned shampoo the easy way. Enriched Cream Shampoo leaves hair wonderfully clean and manageable. And see the wonderful sheen in our hair. You'll have it, too, with Enriched Cream Shampoo. And for the perfect shampoo finish, Richard Hudnut Cream Rinse.
Tales of Tomorrow. What happens when an unknown writer finds himself faced with the choice between a brilliant career and the loss of his wife? Who was his mysterious collaborator? Tonight, Tales of Tomorrow presents Ghostwriter, starring Leslie Nielsen, with Gabby Rogers and Murray Matheson.
Who is it?
Me, honey. Open up.
Oh. Hello, honey.
Hello.
What are you doing home so early?
It's all right. Lou said I could. I thought I'd bring you something to eat.
Oh, good. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
How's it coming?
Well, it's bigger and heavier. I suppose it should be after 6 months' work gone into it.
Oh, 6 months will pay dividends.
Johnny, don't you ever get scared? I mean, it's been a year since I left the agency to start writing, and all I've got to show for it is one short story published in a magazine no one's ever heard of.
These things take time. Now, this novel will sell.
Great. In the meantime, you spend 10 hours a day behind a cigar counter smiling at tired business.
Ah, don't worry about me. I'm not complaining, am I?
I don't see how you stand it, honey. Living in this hovel. Debts piling up.
Oh, come on. Eat something. I brought you some nice sandwiches. Oh, here's a letter for you. I just picked it up. Well, who's it from?
Oh, nothing. Just a rejection slip.
Now, that's not a rejection slip. Did you answer that ad in the Sunday paper?
Well, yes, I did, honey. Look, it's a job, isn't it? It's a chance to make money by writing.
But not that way, not collaborating with someone else.
But the ad says he's a known author. He's willing to give his time and experience to work with an unknown.
You send him some stories, I suppose.
Well, sure, why not? Here, look, listen. Listen to what he says. Dear Mr. Tyler, I found your work of high caliber and would like to speak to you about future collaboration. I'll be at home for the next few days. Please call.
What's his name?
Morton, Lee Morton, 94 Grove Street, New York. Look, honey, this may be the big break. It's an opportunity to work with someone with a good reputation.
But you don't need anyone else if you just gave yourself a chance.
Look, Joni, this may be money, maybe lots of it.
Look, Bert, I know, but money is not important now. It's your work that's important. And you're so good at it if you just gave yourself a chance. And you can't go flying off on a tangent the minute the going gets a little rough.
Oh, sweetheart.
Now finish what you started. Stick to the novel.
Well, I don't need to throw it over. Maybe I can do both.
But you tried that, remember? You got nowhere on the novel while you were working at the agency. You just didn't have the time. Now, Bert, we made a bargain, remember? We said we'd try it this way for 2 years, no matter what.
Well, honey, look, we need the money.
Oh, Bert, if you quit now, you're admitting defeat. That mustn't happen. It mustn't happen.
Okay. All right, you win. No collaboration.
Oh, you won't regret it, Bert. Now I've got to get back to the store, and you get working alone. I almost forgot the most important thing. The rent's due today. Will you take it to Mrs. Graham?
Yeah, sure.
And here's some money for yourself, in case you want a beer or something later.
Yeah, thank you.
Goodbye, honey. I'll see you later tonight. Goodbye.
Hello, is Mr. Morton there? Mr. Lee Morton, please?
Speaking.
Oh, how do you do? My name is Bert Tyler. I got your letter this morning? Yeah, well, I would like to make an appointment as soon as possible.
Ah, this must be Mr. Tyler. How nice of you to be so prompt.
Mr. Morton, Mr. Lee Morton?
That's right. Come in, won't you?
Oh,
Please come in.
Thank you. Well, this is quite a studio you have here.
You like it?
Well, I don't know. I've never been in a place like this before.
It has quite an air about it, wouldn't you say?
Yes, it certainly has. Oh, excuse me. I hope you don't mind my look.
Not at all. I travel about too much to really call any one place home, but this has always been my favorite. Could I get you a drink?
Oh, no, thank you. Not just yet.
I've read your stories. I like the way you express yourself. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you.
I think we can work something out.
Oh, do you mind if I...
No, not at all.
Just exactly what did you have in mind?
Well, I've been a successful author for quite a long time, but I'm getting older. All the stories are still there, the ideas still flow, but they don't come fast enough. right now I'm far behind schedule. I need an assistant.
I see. Well, what financial arrangement would there be?
I'll pay you $500 for every story you finish for me.
$500?
Yes, you see these? They're all incomplete. Stories I started but couldn't finish.
Well, that doesn't sound hard. You supply the plot and I get the ending.
I have a market that will buy anything we produce.
Yes, but how can you be sure of me? I mean, well, maybe our ideas won't mix.
No. I've seen enough. But just to satisfy us, I'll put you to a test.
A test? Well, what do I have to do?
This is a story that has to be finished tonight. You see, I have certain deadlines to make. I'll give you a brief summary, and you can supply the end.
All right, fire away.
Now, this is about a nightclub singer by the name of Margot King. She's been going around with two men, a Cafe Society playboy and a young composer. She finds that she is in love with the young composer, but the playboy won't leave her alone. One night, she gets an urgent message from the wealthy boy saying he must see her at once. Against her better judgment, she goes to his apartment, finds him quite intoxicated. They get into a bitter argument. He threatens her. Suddenly, the composer appears in the room. The two men begin to fight. The playboy draws a gun. You finish it.
Well, let's see. In the struggle, the gun goes off accidentally, short-circuiting the electrical system.
Right?
Three people are just shadows in a darkened room. Suddenly, something moves, the gun fires again, and Margot falls dead.
Very good.
The composer springs at the drunken killer, the gun fires again, critically wounding the composer, and he summons up his last bit of strength and strangles the killer with hands that were meant to write symphony.
Excellent. You see how easy it is.
You really like it?
Why, of course, my boy. It's life. It's life. That's all that matters. You shall begin on it at once. Now, I want 2 stories completed before the day is out. You'll find everything you need in here.
He's late tonight.
He'll be along soon.
Writers. Why'd you ever marry a writer, Johnny? They keep the craziest hours.
I've got no regrets. Someday he'll be famous. You watch.
I hope you're right. Joni, you're 1 in a million. Well, I gotta get home. Lock up for me, will you?
Right, Lou, soon as Bert gets here.
Give your Ernest Hemingway my best. Hey, the morning papers are here. Set them out for me, will you?
Right, Lou, after I straighten that rack.
Oh, good night.
Good night.
Johnny!
Oh, Bert, where have you been? You're so late.
Okay, I got good news. Here, look.
Bert, where did you get all the money?
$1,000. Count it. And it's all ours, honey, every cent.
I asked you where you got the money.
Oh, well, from that author, Morton. Look, 2 short stories. I just finished at $500 apiece.
You went to see him after you gave me your word?
Oh, honey, what does it matter? Look, it's money. I finally sold something, honey.
You broke your promise to me. Now, how could you?
Where are you going?
I don't know, but away from you.
Honey, what? Oh.
Leave me alone.
Did you hurt yourself?
Yes.
Hurt your leg? Here, put it up here.
the matter?
Oh, these headlines. It can't be. It can't be.
Beautiful Margot King, prominent nightclub entertainer, and two suitors die in weird triangle. Playboy and composer kill each other in jealous rage after entertainer is slain.
It's my idea. It's my words, my ending.
Ghost Rider, starring Leslie Nielsen.
Well, there's no answer. I guess he's still not home.
I don't like it. He was supposed to call you 2 days ago.
Yeah, I know, honey.
We must find him and return that money.
Yeah, okay. Look, I said I'd do it, so let's forget about it. I still don't see what the crime is in accepting money for work that I actually did.
Except there's something wrong with money that comes that easily. You might get involved with something that's horrible. Write a story in the afternoon and it all comes true in headlines 6 hours later.
Yeah, all right, sweetheart. It's just a coincidence now, that's all.
When it all really happens down to the last detail, even the names are the same?
Well, it'll never happen again. Not in a million years.
Now, how can you be so sure of that, Bert? I'm almost afraid to pick up a newspaper. Will all the stories that you finish for him end in some terrible tragedy?
No, the second one I wrote, it's altogether different. Centers around some hotel out in California.
Not the Hotel Maynard in Palm Springs.
Yes, that's it.
That burned down last night. 40 people were killed. It's in the afternoon paper.
No, it couldn't happen. It couldn't happen.
But it has. What's happening? Now, look, Bert, I was afraid to tell you this before, but now I feel that I have to. I checked up on Lee Morton. I called the Authors League and the International Writers Guild. No one has ever heard of him. What's he like, Bert? What do you know about him?
Well, there's nothing special about him. He's just middle-aged, successful writer, travels a good deal.
Now, you're not to work for him again, understand? Now, you gave me your promise 2 days ago, and I almost walked out on you. Well, I'm still here and willing to go on. But if you ever collaborate with him again, I'm leaving.
Oh, now, Joni, honey. Now, you don't mean that.
It's the truth, Bert. I'm dead serious. It's not just you and me now. There's something much worse involved. Something we can't even begin to understand.
Okay. Look, I'm going to run over to his place right now and call the whole thing off. I'm going to return this money to him.
Good. It's the only way, Bert. We don't need Lee Morton in our lives. You better take your coat. It's coming down.
You okay? You're going to the store today?
I promised Lou I'd stop in for a few hours. Pick me up about 6.
Okay, I'll pick you up at Lou's, honey. So long.
Bert, promise me it's all right.
Sure it is. You can count on it. Honey, I give my word. Bye-bye.
Bye.
My friend, I was just about to call you.
Mr. Morton, I came here to tell you I can't do any more work for you.
But I don't understand.
Well, those two stories I finished for you, the fire and the murders. Well, they came true. They actually happened.
You don't say. What an amazing coincidence.
What do you mean, coincidence? I finished two stories for you right here in this studio, and they come true right down to the last detail. Now, how do you explain it?
I can't explain it. I don't concern myself with trivia. I'm too busy. Now, let's get back to work.
Trivia? Listen, there's something strange going on around here. I want to know what it is.
Look, your imagination's working overtime. Put it to good use on our stories. You'll find you'll make a great deal of money that way.
No, I can't. And I'm returning your money.
Look, I like the way we work together. I don't want to lose you. You must write me just one more story.
No, I can't.
Just one more. I'll double the price. I'll give you $1,000 for one more ending.
$1,000?
Sure. No one has to know. I'll send it direct to your bank if you wish.
No, I gave my word.
Just one story, a very short one. Look at this one. An escape, someone running away from an impossible situation, a taxicab crash, an unidentified person. The details are all here. It just needs tying together. $1,000, Bert. 1,000 lovely, crisp dollars.
Gee, I may be crazy, but I can't turn down that kind of money.
That's the spirit. You'll have it finished in no time. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, this is Joan Tyler. Is my husband there?
Oh, Mrs. Tyler. I've heard such a lot about you. I'm looking forward to our meeting.
Is my husband still there?
Yes, he's here.
Well, may I speak to him, please? He must have forgotten to meet me.
Oh, I'm afraid that's my fault, Mrs. Tyler. He's doing some work for me.
What did you say?
Another story. He should be finished shortly.
But he gave me his word. Put him on the phone, please.
Oh, not just now, Mrs. Tyler. It's a very important piece.
He's not working for you again. He couldn't be.
Oh, but he is. Listen. How's it coming, Bert?
It's just one more page and I'm finished. This one's easy.
Did you hear that?
Bert. Bert.
Is there any message?
No. No message.
Well, there it is, all finished, just as we discussed it. The taxi cab skids and smacks into the superstructure of the Arlington Bridge, and the woman's killed instantly.
Fine. This calls for a drink.
Oh, no, I've got to run. I have to meet my wife at the store. Jeez, I'm 20 minutes late already.
Oh, by the way, your wife just phoned.
What'd you tell her?
Oh, I just mentioned that you were working on another story for me.
I didn't want her to know. I'd better get over there right away.
Bert, wait. Foolish boy. He didn't even wait for his money.
Hi, Lou. Isn't Joan here?
She's gone.
Well, I was supposed to meet her here.
She's awful sore at you, Bert. She was crying.
Yeah, well, did she leave any message? Tell you anything to tell me?
Yeah. Something about going back to her folks. Said she was running away from a husband she couldn't trust anymore.
Running away from a husband she couldn't trust anymore? It's a story I just finished. How long ago did she leave?
You just missed her.
Well, how did she go?
Did she walk? Oh, she took a cab. Hey, what's got into you?
Which direction? Toward Mulberry Street?
Yeah, Mulberry Street. I saw them start off. They must be down on the bridge by now.
Arlington Bridge?
Yeah.
Joe!
Oh, Joe. Was that an accident down on the bridge just now?
Yes, I was the first one on the scene.
Bad?
Tragedy. So sudden. The car skidded and crashed into the bridge. Woman was killed instantly. Almost as if it were destined. Ah, well, these things happen. Have you any Turkish cigarettes?
Sure. They're 35 cents now. The price has gone up.
If you want anything badly enough, you pay the price.
See Hollywood Screen Test every Monday night over most of these ABC TV stations. This famous talent discovery program has sent 55 of its candidates to major film studios. Among the new movie faces seen originally on Hollywood Screen Test are Harvey Lembeck, Rita Gam, and Butch Cavell. Neil Hamilton, amiable director-host, helps prime the acting hopefuls for outstanding performances. Meet fresh talent reaching for the stars this Monday night over most of these ABC TV stations on Hollywood Screen Test. Later, also on Monday nights, settle back for a good mystery with Inspector Mark Saber, Homicide Squad. Tom Conway stars in the title role, and James Burke plays his strong right arm, Sergeant Timothy Maloney. You can try to solve the puzzler along with them, or you can just sit back and enjoy the chills. Either way, it's high suspense mystery on Inspector Mark Saber, Homicide Squad, Monday night over most of these ABC TV stations. Next week, the Jacques Chrysler Manufacturing Corporation will present an unusual story of a time machine that was so successful that it held its inventor a captive in the past. Our star will be Boris Karloff in an exciting drama that will be a highlight of your television viewing. Be with us next week when Tales of Tomorrow presents Past Tense, starring Boris Karloff.
This is ABC Television Network.
Suspense story in just a moment. But while we take this little intermission, I'd like to tell you a little story of my own that concerns one of the favorite features of television. That's right, wrestling. Now, it all happened the night that Bone Crusher Brady, one of TV's big stars, was starting out for his match with Lilac Louie. Oh, but look what happened. His car wouldn't start. His battery was dead, out as cold as his last opponent. Hey, Bone Crusher, you don't have to throw away the automobile. No, wait a minute now. Hey, Bone Crusher, hold on. Hey, you see, your trouble is you just keep forgetting to fill the battery with water. That's right, folks.
The bone crusher never did know that extreme loss of water is one of the principal causes of battery failure. And, of course, what our mighty man of muscle should have had is an Autolite Stay Full battery. The famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. You see, in the ordinary battery, small particles keep flaking off the positive plates. So the ordinary battery has to have a large space in the bottom of the case to hold those particles. Otherwise, they'll get together and short-circuit the plates. But that isn't the case with the Autolite Stay Full battery. Oh, indeed. In the Autolite Stay Full battery, there's a fiberglass insulation, a retaining mat that protects every positive plate and holds the active materials in place to reduce that flaking. You see, there's the fiberglass, the feature that gives such real advantages to the Autolite Stay Full battery. Now, while the ordinary battery requires this much extra space below the plates, the Autolite Stay Full battery doesn't need all that extra space, so we use it to advantage by putting it up above. Well, with both batteries filled to capacity, you can see that the solution in the ordinary battery barely covers those all-important plates, while in the Autolite Stay Full, there's over 3 times as much liquid reserve for over 3 times the protection. Now, as water evaporates in the ordinary battery, parts of the plates are left exposed and partially inactive. But when the same amount of water evaporates from the Autolite Stay Full battery, the plates are fully protected and still active. And so that's why your Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And it's important to remember this, too, that the Autolite Stay Full battery gives longer life in tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So why don't you make it a point to drop in and see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer soon? He services all makes of batteries, and if you need a replacement, he'll have an Autolite Stay Full for your car. To quickly and easily learn his location, simply call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25, please.
That's me. And I'll be glad to give you the number of your nearest Autolite battery, and call Operator 25, Western Union.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Tonight's story was developed from a report contained in the files of the Gloucester Historical Society. Like many others which I have come across in the course of my research, it involves happenings of which we've long been aware, but for which there are no satisfactory explanations. Captain John Elwood of Gloucester, Massachusetts, had been a long time at sea, but his first thoughts were not of his wife and his home. If they had been, perhaps none of this would have happened.
Come in. Here's the log, Captain. Everything's in order, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood.
The crew's anxious to leave, sir. Most of their wives are waiting for them on the wharf.
Indeed. The way they're behaving, you'd think we were months overdue instead of just 2 weeks.
They've likely heard of our trouble with the snakes, sir. Happy to see us alive.
Well, just the same, they'll grab their men by the ears and march them off to the paymaster before they start to kiss them.
Ah, sir, some. There are all kinds among them.
Is Mrs. Elwood out there?
Oh, no, sir. The captain's wife is too well-bred to show her emotions in public.
Indeed. I want you to do something for me, Mr. Logan. I have to go to the company's office to make my report. Will you see that my gear's taken straight to my house?
I'll do it myself, sir.
That's very kind of you. Tell Mrs. Elwood that I'm fine and be with her presently.
Aye, aye, sir.
Just
Put it anywhere here, Mr. Logan. I do appreciate your coming. I was so worried, what with the hurricane and reports of the plague.
Oh, it wasn't the plague, ma'am.
Oh?
Well, just a lot of poisonous snakes that came aboard while we were in Florida.
There was talk that some of the men died.
Aye, 2 seamen. 3 others were bitten, but we saved them.
Must have been a terrible experience.
We were finding snakes, ma'am, all over the ship 2 weeks after leaving the wharf.
Did the captain say how long he'd be?
No, ma'am. Just said to tell you that he'd be along presently.
Well, best be getting his dinner.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Logan.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Good to be back, Barney. This place is more like home to me than my own house.
Hey, we missed you, John.
What's been happening while I was away?
Oh, now, let me see. The Clarawell foundered 2 weeks ago off the coast. Nobody lost. The packet from England was late again, as usual. I think that's about all. Things have been fairly quiet. See, how about those snakes, John? When are you going to tell us about them?
As soon as I get something to wash the salt out of my throat.
Oh, yes.
Bessie!
Coming! Coming!
And all of a sudden, there they were, slithering up the lines and the gangplanks like so many fiends of hell. There's hundreds of them, somebody yelled. See that they pay their passage before they come aboard, I said. Hi there, my pretty. You're the one I've missed the most since I went away.
You ought to be ashamed, taking such liberties, and you a married man.
Well, if I weren't married, would you still object?
Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lie. Afternoon, Mrs. Elwood.
Good afternoon. I'd like a bottle of that Spanish wine that Captain Elwood favors. I think he'd enjoy it with his dinner.
Be supper, more'n likely, ma'am. Club's having dinner in his honor. But I'll get it for you.
Nobody would have been hurt, but some of the fools tried stamping on the snakes with their bare feet. Excuse me, gentlemen. Are you by any chance spying on me?
No, John. I only came...
I know why you came. Go home and expect me when you see me. You may charge the spoilage to me, Captain Barney. My apologies, gentlemen. Shall we go home now, dear? You humiliate me in front of my friends. You spy on me.
I'll never do it again. But I wasn't spying, I swear it. I only wanted to get a bottle of wine for your dinner.
And the table, was that part of your affection?
I don't know what came over me. John, all the time you were gone, I missed you so. I prayed for you. And when you turned your back on me, I wanted to strike out and hurt you as I was hurt. I'm so ashamed.
Well, you should be. I'm sick of your explanations, sick of your apologies. I'm sick of you, Ruth.
No, John. Leave me something.
Ever since I married you, I've been trapped. And for what? The price of a ship that went to the bottom 3 months after I bought her.
You needn't have said that. I knew why you married me. I knew my father's money made up for the fact that you didn't think I was gay and amusing like the other girls were. I knew my friends were laughing at me because they knew why you married me. But it made no difference. I loved you. I still love you.
Oh, you're talking nonsense.
No, John. Please hear me out.
Let it alone, woman. You're digging up things that are best forgotten.
No, I couldn't bear it if it were only the money. There had to be something else. John, maybe it's not too late. Maybe we could start all over.
Oh, Ruth.
John, I'm drying up into a bitter old woman. Help me. Please. I'll unpack your things.
What's the matter?
A snake! It ain't get me!
What?
Oh. John?
It's all right, Ruth.
The snake.
He's dead. I killed him. So I've taken care of your hand, and the doctor will be here soon. I don't think we'll need him, though. I'm sure I got all the poison out.
You saved my life.
Well, there wasn't much else I could do.
You could have let me die. Why didn't you?
Don't be foolish.
But you could have. And if you had, you'd be free. No more arguments. No more trouble. You could do as you pleased. But you didn't. You saved my life. Oh, John, maybe we can start all over. Maybe.
Try to get some rest, Ruth. I'll get you something warm to drink.
It's a lucky thing you were home, John. Snake bite's a terrible way to die.
Well, she's much better now, and the doctor says with a little rest she'll be just as good as new.
Hey, you're thankful for that, I'll wager.
Oh, I can't wait to sail again. Always more trouble ashore than when you're at sea. And I can't make any money just sitting here, much as I like it.
Speaking of money, here's something that'll make you sit up and take notice. The widow Smith got a letter from London this morning. Seems an uncle died and left her £20,000.
£20,000?
Hey, he'd be a lucky man that gets her.
He could buy any ship in the harbor with that.
Too bad you're already married, John. You know, I always had a sneaking suspicion that she was partial to you. Well, drink up and let's have another one on the house. Hey, you're not still thinking of that money, are you?
Oh.
It won't do you any good. You got one wife too many. Come on, have another drink.
Oh, thank you, Barney. I don't think I will. I'm going to get back to Ruth. Ruth?
Yes, dear?
I've been thinking over what you said. Maybe what happened this afternoon is a sign for both of us. We will make a fresh start.
Oh.
By Harry, I'm going to take you with me on the next voyage. I'll fix it all up with the owners in the morning.
John, I love you for the thought. Are you sure you want me to come along?
Why, of course I do. Oh, I've been very selfish about the whole thing. Seeing new places, doing new things, and you've just been left alone here in this old house. No wonder you were unhappy.
No, it's not that at all. I love our house.
Well, you want to come with me, don't you?
Yes, of course I do. But I warn you, I'm not very good on boats.
Huh?
I get sick.
Oh, nonsense. Couple of days at sea and you'll be just like a regular old sailor. Besides, I want you to come.
John, you won't be sorry. From now on, things will be different.
Yes. From now on, things will be different. Have the carpenter repair the afterdeck ladder before somebody breaks his neck.
Aye, sir.
How are you feeling, Ruth?
I'm much better, John.
Good.
I'm better.
Good. The cook's made you some more of his specialty. Another calm day like this and you'll be completely well.
I didn't mean to be such a burden to you, John. You've been very patient with me.
Nonsense. I should have brought you before. You've no idea what a comfort you've been. No idea how lonely a captain's life is.
I should like to be with you as often as you'll let me.
So you shall, my dear. Don't let your tea get cold.
You know, I dozed for a while and I had the strangest dream.
Oh, I hope it was a good one.
Yes. I dreamt this was our old ship. And instead of cotton, there was money in the hold.
Well, I couldn't improve on that myself.
We were so happy in the days when we had money, John. I find I'm thinking of them more and more since we left home. But when I'm well, things will be different, John. You'll see.
Yes.
Yours.
You're not very well. You'd better come and lie down and get some rest.
I didn't mean to get sick, John.
All right.
I didn't want to get sick. I'm such a burden to you. I should have stayed home. I should have stayed at home.
Try to get some sleep.
You asked me to see you after my watch, sir.
Yes, I did, Mr. Logan. Frankly, I'm very worried about my wife's illness. You've always been handy around the sick, and, well, frankly, I thought maybe two heads be better than one.
Yes, sir.
I wondered if you'd take a look at Mrs. Elwood, too.
I'd be glad to do anything for the missus, sir, if I can.
Good. First, I thought it was cholera.
No, sir. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Well, if she's not better in a few days, we'll lay a course for St. Augustine.
Aye, sir.
And you'll enter a full report in the log, won't you?
I will, Captain. I do hope she's better soon.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
How are we to St. Augustine, John?
We hit some rough weather during the night. Slowed us up.
Rough weather? I didn't even feel it.
You were unconscious, I'm afraid.
We must get there soon, John.
We will, dear, we will. Now try to get some rest. I have to go up on the bridge.
Captain Elwood. Sir, we're way off our course to St. Augustine. If we don't turn now, we'll
I'm
never
well
make-
aware of our position, Mr. Logan. My order stands. We stay on course for Jamaica.
But I looked at Mrs. Elwood yesterday, sir. She won't last that long.
My wife and this ship are my responsibilities. She'll be alive when we get to Jamaica, I warrant.
As you say, sir.
Get back in there.
Liar. You want me dead. Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan.
You had enough poison to kill 2 people. You might as well know it now. I wanted you dead, and now you will be.
You're an evil man, John Elwood. And you'll be repaid with evil. You... Oh.
John, you can't spend the rest of your life in mourning. You got too many good years ahead of you.
I miss her, Barney.
Oh, of course you do. It's only natural, but you've got to start thinking of yourself. Ruth wouldn't want you to become a hermit.
It's lonely without her.
But at your age, that can't last forever. The widow Smith has been visiting you, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's been very kind. She knows what it means to lose someone you love.
She's a fine woman, John. I think she's got her eye on you.
Oh, nonsense, Barney. I'd never think...
Oh, I'll give you a year. Nobody expects you to wait longer. And, John, it's time you got out of the house now.
Think so?
I do. We're having supper tonight in honor of a new member. Your old first mate, Logan. You've got to come, John. He'll be expecting you.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm giving you orders. Now stop acting like a lost puppy.
All right, Barney, if you say so.
I do, sincerely. Now it's time for me to get back to the club.
Why, Captain Logan, congratulations and welcome to the club.
Thank you, Captain.
I haven't seen you since the inquest. I feel I owe you an apology. You were right and I was wrong. I should have changed course for St. Augustine when you wanted me to.
Makes no difference. Now.
But it might have, and you were trying so hard to help her, you almost gave me the impression at times that you thought I wanted her to die.
Gentlemen, the food is on the table, gentlemen. Clumsy wench.
I didn't do it, sir. I didn't.
You're the only one in this room?
I didn't touch it, sir. I swear I didn't touch it. Look. It's exactly the same as when Mrs. Elwood did it. 'Twas a ghost, sir. 'Twas a ghost that did it, sir.
Stop that nonsense!
1,000 pardons, Captain. Give us 10 minutes, and in the meantime, the drinks are on the house. Now, get out, both of you. You may come in now, gentlemen. 'Twas the gal did it, gentlemen. Saints preserve us. 'Twas her ghost. Her ghost.
No. You fools, are you frightened by a superstitious servant girl? Barney Logan, help me, I'll show you it's nothing. You're behind this, Logan. You're trying to trick me.
Trick you into what, Captain?
You think I killed her. You're trying to trick me into saying that I did. No, I didn't. I swear I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Captain Elwood, I think you'd better leave. Aye, he finally got a ship, if you could call it that. No other master would sail her around the harbor. She leaked like a sieve, and her crew, well, I wouldn't sail with them across a mill pond. But 'twas all Elwood could get, so he took her.
Captain Barney. Gentlemen, have you heard? It's the Coverley.
That's Elwood's ship.
Aye, her crew's just been brought into the harbor.
What happened?
Nobody knows. They say that the weather was fair and the sea was calm, and suddenly she just broke up.
But her crew was saved.
Aye. All of them, all except Captain Elwood.
It's retribution. The devil has claimed his own.
Gentlemen, the food is on the table.
Again. There it goes. The law demands an eye for an eye. He who takes a life must be prepared to forfeit his own. But the law is man-made, and when there is no proof, the law is helpless. Captain Elwood never came to trial. Nevertheless, he was found guilty and executed. Who was his executioner? We may never know. But an unseen force that can overturn a heavy table is not to be reckoned with lightly. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Good night.
In just a moment, we're going to have news about an election with our gang. But if there ever were an election and we were to vote on the best chocolate syrup of all, you know which one it would be? It would be Bosco, outstandingly so, because there's no question. But Bosco being not just the best chocolate syrup, mind you, but the best chocolate syrup in the world. You know, you can't say that unless it's true. And it's true. This is what I've been telling you for I don't know how long now. It's the best chocolate syrup in the world. You can't do better than that. Because, you see, the Bosco folks have a special way of making it. They have a real rich chocolate flavor you don't get anywhere else. It's not watery and thin like others, you see. You don't have to keep pouring it in the glass and pouring in some more and pouring. Here's what you do. Take a Bosco and a spoon, like I'm about to do here, and you pour it in your glass and wait till you see that real, deep, rich, downright delicious chocolate syrup that comes up there and transforms this into a real soda fountain treat. I'm telling you, you just never can possibly get, I don't even think you're going to get this at a soda fountain. Now, what do you think of that? And you can do it yourself right at home. And Bosco is so delicious. You try it, see what I mean? Oh, man, that's good. Oh, that's so delicious. And you know what you can do with Bosco, too? Not only does Bosco give you vitamin D and iron. Vitamin D is the sunshine vitamin, makes you glow with health, and iron is so important as a mineral. But you can take Bosco right out of the jar and pour it on pudding, for instance, or pound cake, and make the most delicious dessert you ever had in the whole world. So I don't mind saying it, and I'm very proud of the fact that Bosco is the best chocolate syrup in the world. You try it and see, and then you go with Bosco, go with Bosco, B-O-S-C-O. Be sure to ask for it. You can't do better than that. Just can't do it. So be sure to ask for it. Remember, the fact that it isn't watery makes it economical. See, Mom will like that too. All right, now, while we're drinking our Bosco, we have a little preview of tomorrow night's election. And let's see what that's all about, my friend.
Tonight, to the most famous tale of a science-created monster, we present Frankenstein, starring Lon Chaney, with John Newland and Mary Alice Moore.
All right, very well, have your laugh. You asked me to describe my idea of a perfect human being, and I tried.
But Victor, darling, what you described, and you're so serious about it. The perfect human being should be a giant in size, strong as a gorilla, disease-proof, durable, and quick to learn. Oh, it's so impossible.
It is not impossible, and I didn't say should be. I said will be.
Oh, does that word make a difference?
It probably does. You know, even when Victor Frankenstein was a student of mine, he was brilliant. And since then, he's shown amazing talent. Originality, daring.
Thank you, Doc.
But above all, he's always said what he meant. Now tell me, Victor, what did you mean when you said will be?
I think medical science is ready to make an artificial human being. And he may as well be better equipped for life than we are, no? Since you find this so amusing, Elizabeth, what's your idea of a perfect man?
You, darling.
I think Victor's cousin is trying to answer that question for you.
Now, there's a perfect man.
Oh, see how he walks.
Well, we must be going, Elizabeth. You've given us a delightful evening, but we have to catch that train back to Geneva.
Please don't rush. Matthew will row you back to the mainland. Will you be coming again soon?
Very soon, darling. We'll let you know. Oh, this old castle. Only you would select such a place in the middle of a lake. What was your reason? To get away from me? You can't, you know.
Now, Victor's always liked a quiet place to work.
Is that the reason?
That, and it's picturesque.
And?
Elizabeth, you sound as if you thought Victor was concealing something.
But he's buried himself in this remote place. You can't leave it without a rowboat. It might almost be a prison.
Many of these old castles were. Once. Please, darling, finish your brandy.
Oh, my dear. You sound as if you thought Victor was holding someone here for ransom.
Oh, no. But he won't tell us what he's been experimenting with. You said yourself how talented and original Victor is. Perhaps he has been making an artificial man. He's been so preoccupied lately.
Elizabeth. Oh, Victor, I know. She's getting back at you with a little joke of her own.
Why do you think I'm joking, Father?
Because Victor is a good scientist. He knows where to draw the line between what can be done and what is impossible. But come, we must be on our way.
I'm not sure Victor's talent has any such limits.
Thank you, darling.
What's that?
That's William playing with my recorder. William, please shut it off.
We've been recording our laughter. Why?
I've been recording various emotions for some work I'm doing.
For your artificial man?
No, please, no more of that, my dear. You'll be having me thinking that way, too. And you shouldn't, really, in this 16th century castle. It's too spooky. Come on, let's hurry. I wouldn't want to spend the night here.
I hope you're not that anxious to leave. Are you?
No, of course not. Take care of yourself, darling. You don't look well. I've been worried about you. Good night, William.
Good night.
Science laughs at the idea of a man being a creator. Well, I have created you. I've made you stronger than 10 men. You're indestructible. And now I shall give you life. Now I shall give you life. Now. It's dangerous. No. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. No. Not yet. We're not at sea. Yet. Not yet.
Electricity! Come. Enough for one day. Come. We mustn't tire you. We mustn't tire you too quickly. Sit here and
Rest. Sit. Sit. Rest. 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 You must stay secured here for a few days. There's a great deal for you to learn. The world mustn't see you. Not yet. Not yet. I'll come back and we'll teach you everything you need to know. Everything. Now.
At dinner. Do you think Miss Elizabeth guessed right?
Of course not.
Dr. Frankenstein's a very clever man.
He's not as clever as all that. No one is.
But he's got something locked in that room.
His research equipment. It's very valuable.
But who's to steal it? No one can get to the island without the rowboat, and there's only one boat on the lake. Whatever he's got in that room, it's not just equipment.
Sierra Elise, you're not to be nervous or upset. Miss Elizabeth is just a hysterical young woman.
Oh, so you think women are hysterical?
Now, I didn't mean you. You know how smart I think you are.
Oh, you're just saying that to get around me. You think all women have no sense.
It isn't so. Why, how would I get along without you?
As if you meant.
I do. Now, what good would I be alone?
Now, stop your nonsense. We have work to do. Let's get our chair back where it belongs.
Easy now.
It's heavy.
Who are you? What are you?
Hey,
Whatever it was, we've given it away. We'll go to the mainland and get help and hunt it down. Everything's going to be all right.
That's mine. Let's
chair. Dr. Frankenstein! Dr. Frankenstein! It's William!
William, what happened? What happened to him, Matthew? What is it, William?
He's ugly. He's ugly. He's ugly.
What did I do wrong? What did I overlook? I'm completely responsible, Matthew. Once I swore that I would practice medicine for the good of humanity. I created a being with no thought of what would become of him. No thought of the danger involved. No thought of a tragedy like this. This could all have been prevented. It could have been prevented. I should never have started this. I should never have started it. And now I'll get rid of it. What are you doing? Burn this filthy stuff, my notes, everything. Must never happen again. Must never happen again.
There are some things that are better left undone.
He must be destroyed.
Let me go to the basement.
No, there's no time for that. We must do it ourselves.
Master William.
William. He's alone in his room upstairs. Quickly. Matthew. No, my gun. Matthew! Don't struggle! Don't struggle! He'll crush you! Matthew, don't fight! Matthew, don't fight! Besides, you'd really like to kill him. Matthew, don't fight him. Wait. It's I whom you hate. I whom you hate. Whom you'd like to kill. Matthew, when you shoot, aim for his chest, Matthew. Aim for his chest. If they didn't, the fault of the water did. That's 200 feet down to that water. Any sight of it? No. No, just the water. He's dead now. It's certain that he's at the bottom of the lake with a broken neck. Oh, thank God. This doesn't bring you back Elise, does it? No.
Victor, I heard shooting!
Come in here. You mustn't come in here.
And I heard pounding at the main entrance!
Yes, Matthew, see who that is. No, it's all right. It's all right now.
Professor, the doctor.
William, please go let them in.
What will you tell them?
I should tell them the whole story. It doesn't make any difference now. It's all over and done.
Aye. It's all over. All over now.
I made Father bring me back. I've been so terribly worried about you. We talked of nothing but you all the way here. I had a feeling that something was wrong, that you were in danger.
It's over now, Elizabeth.
What is, darling?
I must tell you. I only pray that you'll understand. Do you remember the last time you were here, we talked of my work? Of an artificial man, if it could be done, what it would be like?
Yes?
Well, it was not idle talk, Elizabeth. I created a living, breathing creature.
You created?
Yes. Yes, now you must believe me. I was thinking only of the scientific achievement, of the immensity of it. I was thinking only of the power of creation. Somewhere something went wrong. Something went wrong. Elizabeth, I created a monster.
Victor.
Tonight he tried to kill William, and he did kill Elise. Thank God the danger's past now. He's dead at the bottom of the lake. But I had to tell you.
I'm glad you did.
Matthew just told me. What a terrible experience.
It's past now, Father. Let's not talk about it anymore.
But Victor, the things you must have learned.
I shall never want to speak of it again.
Nonsense. This could be the greatest contribution to science and history. You've no right to keep it to
I
yourself.
had no right to start it.
But the experiment could be tried again, surely. So he's dead. He's at the bottom of the lake.
Dr. Frankenstein, he's back. I swear.
You're insane. He's dead at the bottom of the lake.
It's true. He must have fallen on a ledge and climbed in another window.
What is it?
It's impossible. He's come back.
Where are your guns? Where are your guns?
Bullets won't stop him. I've done my work too well.
Bullets won't stop
You
him?
can't know the power and danger of this thing. It's evil and vicious. Now its only thought is to kill. There's only one thing we can do now. Electricity gave him life. Perhaps it will take it away again. William, you have to help us, will you?
Yes, Victor.
You must be very brave. You and Elizabeth must try to lure him to my laboratory.
Victor, this small boy.
The monster has the mind of a child. It's direct and very slow. Now, you must be very brave. He must not know we're trying to trick him. Now, listen, you play or sing or do whatever you like, but he must not know we're trying to trick him. Your father and Matthew and I will wait in the laboratory. Make your way there. He's sure to find.
I won't have it.
There's nothing else to do. If we don't destroy him, we'll all be killed anyway.
Victor's right, Father. We've got to do it. Are you ready, William?
Give us just a few moments. And God bless you. Quickly.
Are you scared, William?
Well, so am I.
But let's not let on, shall we?
All right.
For the love of heaven, stay back.
I knew this scheme of yours wouldn't work.
We'll give them one more minute.
I'm going down.
No, I'll go. I've got a score to settle with him. I shot him, but he keeps coming,
Here, hide. There. Stay.
Hi there. This is Rex Marshall speaking for Autolite. We'll get back to our suspense story, The Purloined Letter, in just a moment. Now, while we take a brief intermission, I'd like to show you one of our little Autolite cartoons. This little story concerns a fellow named Charles the chef, who was known far and wide for his culinary creations, particularly his wedding cakes. Well, this one was one of his finest, so Charles was delivering it himself, driving very, very carefully. But all of a sudden, Charles' car began to jump like a jinx jitney. Oh, that's terrible. The bride and groom were terribly upset, and Charles the chef was fit to be fried. Well, I hope your car isn't bad enough to ever break up a wedding, but maybe it isn't giving you exactly the smooth kind of a ride that you'd prefer. So let me remind you that if your spark plugs aren't functioning properly, and if they're worn out, like this one, well, that may be the reason. But you know, when your spark plugs are right, you'll get quicker starts and smoother riding every single time. So that's why it's such a smart thing to pay a visit to your Autolite spark plug dealer. You see, he'll be ready to check your spark plugs with this exclusive Autolite plug check indicator. Now, simply by matching the appearance of your spark plugs with this handy indicator, you and your dealer can tell in a jiffy if they're right for the kind of driving that you do. Well, if cleaning or adjustments are needed, he has the proved Autolite spark plug cleaner and all the latest information on how to do the job quickly and efficiently. Now, if replacements are required, he'll recommend the proper type of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plug best suited to give your car smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. You know, all Autolite spark plugs are ignition-engineered by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, the battery, the distributor, the generator, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition systems which are used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars and trucks. So that's why ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are tops in quality and tops in performance. Visit your Autolite spark plug dealer. Easy to find them. Just look for this sign, or simply call Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. Without obligation, she'll tell you the name of the nearest dealer where you can get ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. So pay him a visit soon, won't you? Because remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, the second act of Edgar Allan Poe's
Lights Out.
Hello. Have you ever had the urge to search for lost treasure, such as the fortunes of Captain Kidd, or the ancient Incas, or others closer to home? If you have, let me remind you of an old saying: Larrows catch meddlers. What are larrows? We shall see. Lights out.
Who are you?
A friend?
I never seen you before.
I never been in these backwoods before.
And how come you be a friend?
Put that toy down. Put it down, I said. And I had enough trouble without an oaf like you pulling a shotgun on me.
What you call me? Oaf? What's oaf?
Put it down, I said.
Who are you? What you do in these parts?
I'm a school teacher. My name is Cecil Crofton.
You don't look like no teacher.
A man is often not what he seems.
You sure you ain't a revenuer? What you doing snooping outside my window?
Snooping? I just wanted to observe you in your native habitat, Mr. Purdy, before we...
Who told you my name?
You'd be surprised how many inquiries I've made about you. Discreetly, of course. Mind if I take a sample?
Liquor for my friends. You ain't no friend.
You couldn't be more wrong. Now, Mr. Purdy, you mustn't be so belligerent. Virginia moonshine. It's been a long time. Mr. Purdy, in return for this little favor, I'm going to make you rich.
Rich?
Beyond your wildest dreams.
Nothing illegal. I don't do nothing illegal. I got a good standing in the community hereabouts. Of course, I make shine, but that ain't nothing bad.
Do I look like a man who'll do something illegal? Take a good look. Do I?
I wouldn't want to say for certain.
What's that? Who's there? Go see who's there.
My cat, Redbird. How come you carry a gun? You say you're strictly legal.
Somebody might have followed me. I've gone too far to have anyone thwart my plans now. Anyone, do you understand? Do you think I'm going to let $1 million slip through my fingers after all I've been through?
$1 million? Where's it at? Who it belong to?
Why, it belongs to us. You and me. Did you ever see $1 million?
No.
It's a delectable sight. I see it every night in my dreams.
Dreams. And it ain't real.
It's real enough. Purdy, for 5 years. I've worked, hunted, studied, given up everything. Money, time, energy, everything. Now I'm at the end of the rainbow. It's here, practically in my hands. Would you like to share $1 million?
Mm-hmm.
Of course you would. Why not? You're a poor man. But you've got two things of inestimable value.
What's that?
First, your truck. You need it. $1 million takes up a lot of room.
Where's it at?
Not so fast.
Ain't no $1 million hereabouts. I lived here a long time.
That's where we come to the second part. Purdy, you've got information. Before we can share the cash, we have to share the information. Is that logical?
What you want to know?
Do you know of an old house around here that might have been rebuilt a long time ago?
Rebuilt? What you want to know for?
Oh, just curiosity. It's bound to be an old house. It probably has a legend connected with it.
Huh?
A story.
I don't know any such house.
Come on now. Think.
Oh. House come to mind. Over yonder there near the mountain.
Ah.
Yeah, and there's a story goes with it, like you say.
Huh?
My daddy heard it from his daddy. Long time ago, 2 Confederate officers came to this old house with a lot of trunks.
Trunks?
Yeah, and they stored them trunks down in the cellar.
Of course, of course.
And a few days later, the Yankees came and burned the house down like they burned most of the big house. And later, the people rebuilt on the old foundation, and when they died, no one wanted to live there. So it standed unlived in for 40 years.
What's the name of this house?
People's name was Laro.
Laro. That could be it. The name's come up before. Yes, it must be.
There's an old saying, Laros catch meddlers. The old folks used to say it to us kids to keep us from playing around that house. Someone passed an old-time hoodoo on it. No one goes near it now. No one wants to go near it.
I do. Where is this house? How far?
What for you so interested? What for you got to go there?
Gold.
Gold?
$1 million belonging to the Confederacy.
To the what?
The Confederate States of America. Don't make me repeat everything.
How come you know about this gold?
I told you I was a teacher. I was a history teacher. Come on.
Oh, no, I ain't going unless you tell me more about it.
You've heard of Jefferson Davis, haven't you?
Sure.
Well, he and his cabinet and his family ran away from Richmond, April 1865. They had some wagons for the Treasury funds, and 60 naval cadets to guard it, commanded by a naval captain named William Parker. The wagons contained silver and a ton of gold.
A ton? A whole ton?
They got as far as Washington, Georgia. Then Parker crossed over to South Carolina, stored the gold in a warehouse in Abbeville. He drew $40 apiece for the men and told them to scatter and go on home. Parker was killed by the Yankees. The gold was never heard of again. Somebody took it out of the warehouse.
Who?
You'll find it in those trunks you mentioned.
In Larrow House?
American double eagles, some English and foreign money. Likewise nuggets and bars.
And it's all ours. Yours and mine.
Come on.
Oh, no, even if there's gold in that house, I don't take with meddling.
You said the house was deserted?
Larrow's catch meddlers.
Doesn't the smell of all that gold prop you up? You can have a third of a ton of gold.
No, you said we share. I get the half.
Gold is mine. I hunted for it. I scoured the South for it. If you think I'm going to make...
I get the half! It's my truck. It's my house. I told you about the house.
Well, we'll see how much there is. It's plenty for both of us. No need to get excited.
I get a half. We share fair and square. I'm your partner, like we said.
If you're partners, leave the gun here. We don't need it.
I takes the gun. Well, take me my glory hand.
Your what?
Glory hand. Good luck. Come from a man who's been hung.
You are a superstitious fool. Who made that thing for you?
Gone made. I bought it from old Mrs. Petticoat.
No place here for glory hands.
I got place. Glory hand lead us to treasure. Truck's right outside. We're here, I reckon. Gotta go careful. Keep thinking what my daddy said. Larrow's catch meddlers.
Open it. Leave the door open. Follow me. Is that you cackled?
Could have been.
You close that door?
Man can do what he likes in his own home. Now, please go away. You're trespassing.
Everything up to date, modern. Cobwebs. Maybe you're the trespasser. Who are you?
My name is Larrow.
That's a lie. There hasn't been a Larrow here in decades. Has there, Pretty?
No, there ain't. I came back here to be alone. Quiet. I want to die in peace. Why do you disturb
Keep away from me. You'll die all right, but it may not be in peace. Pretty, you ever seen this tramp?
No, I ain't never seen him before. I am not a tramp. I repeat, I own this house. Now, what is it you want?
A ton of gold.
You know about that?
Hear that, Pretty? Yes, I know about it, and I want it. It's in the cellar beneath us, in some trunks.
But you won't get it, sir.
Why, I believe you came here to get that gold yourself.
I wouldn't touch it. It's not mine. Neither is it yours.
We'll see. Tie him up, Pretty.
That gold belongs to the Confederate States of America.
There are no Confederate States of America.
That's why no one can have the money. It belongs to nobody. Why do you tie me up?
Maybe you can talk better that way. Now, where's the cellar door?
Cellar's closed off.
We'll open it.
That's impossible, sir. When my father built this house on the foundation of the first, he purposely left no cellar door.
Nonsense. There must be a cellar door here somewhere.
No.
Freddie, go outside, see if you can see a door on the outside. Take that lantern with you. What else do you know? What's this story about somebody putting a hoodoo on the gold, huh?
Quite true. My uncles brought upon themselves the spell you mentioned.
Talk sense.
It's true, sir. My uncles are down cellar now guarding the gold.
Cut that! I'm tired of you and your superstitions. What's the truth?
I'll give you the truth, sir. My uncles were Colonel Michael Larrow and Captain Nelson Larrow. They brought the gold wagons this far after President Davis was captured. In June 1865, they proved themselves true to their lost country. They went down cellar with the gold, said certain magic words that would shut them in there forever.
See, it's a real glory. Don't you see it worked? It opened the cellar door.
I must have been here all the time. We just didn't see it in the dark. I know you lied to me again.
No, Glory had opened the door.
All right. Let's go down the cellar and take a look.
Mr. Crofton, it's true. A glory hand lights the way to hidden treasures. But I warn you, it carries no warrant of safety. I'd not go down cellar if I were you. A friendly word of warning.
Well, I wouldn't take your word for anything, and I don't need any glory, man. Come on. When I find that gold, I'm coming back here and settle with you right and proper. Let's go. I'm down. There's nothing to be afraid of.
What you see down here? I don't see no gold.
Look at all those trunks and boxes. Quick, stand back. Hands up! Well, I'll be...
Them's dead folks.
They're Confederate officers. Look at the old-time swords. Confederate swords.
Oh, he is dead. They're just well preserved like. Don't matter with dead folks.
Think of Larrow, just wooden dummies.
Come on. Let's
come on.
Let's get after the gold.
What's the matter with you now?
That dead fella blowed out my glory hand.
Just a puff of wind, like the turnip that lantern.
You know wind down here?
Shut up. We came down here on business.
Gold? You weren't fooling, Mr. Crofton.
Gold. Oh, you're waiting all this time for me.
Oh, is all them trunks full?
Must be. Beautiful, beautiful sight.
I've never seen so much riches, and it's half mine. It's going to take all the load of truck will carry. Come on, let's hustle this stuff up the stairs.
All right.
Where's them stairs at? Crofton, where's the stairs at?
What'd you say?
Crofton! There's no stairs!
What? Fool, there must be. Why, they were right here. Eddie, you're not trying to trick me.
No, of course not. I'm the apartment.
I'll get this gold out of here. I'll find these stairs somehow.
I'm going to light my glory hand. Glory hand, help us find the stairs.
Yes, try anything. Get it lighted in a hurry. I'll get this gold out of here. Nothing will stop me. No, not you, nor you, nor you, Larrow.
Lighted. But where's them stairs? Why ain't they there? They were there before. You seen it work before. It opened the way to the treasure.
I told you that glory hand was no good. It's a fake, I tell you, you superstitious idiot.
Don't you call me idiot.
I'll call you anything I please, you ignorant slob. Stand back, Curly! I've had enough of you and your stupidity. How would you like to stay down here with the Confederate gentlemen? Huh? Yes, you can stay down here with the Southern officers, you and your glory hand.
You sound crazy.
Crazy?
Don't do no good to harm me. You can't get out of here by yourself.
I'll get out of here and I'll get that gold with me. It's mine, you understand? I found it. You wouldn't have the brains. It's mine.
It's half mine. It was my truck. It was my... No, Carlton, don't. No, Carl, please, no. I take the third, like you said. I take a third of the gold.
Here's your third, and here's the list. Goes with it. So you'll take a third, eh, Purdy? Isn't that nice? A little too late for that.
You'd never get out of here, Crofton. Larrows catch meddlers.
Yes, as I told you, Larrows do catch meddlers.
NBC Television.
This is tea. Filling a cup. Not with indigestion. Not with nerves. Not with sleepless nights. This is tea. This is calm stomach, quiet nerves, deep sleep. This is tea. Steamy, hot, hearty, delicious, invigorating. The lift that leaves you with a nice, warm glow. so good for you. Make it hefty, hot, and hearty. Take tea and see.
If you sometimes can't sleep because of simple nervousness, overwork, or fatigue, try Sominex. Taken as directed, Sominex helps bring 100% safe sleep. Contains no narcotics, non-habit forming.
Take Sominex tonight and sleep. Safe and restful sleep. Sleep, sleep.
Take Sominex as directed for 100% safe sleep.